from around the world protecting our freedoms every single day. This time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce your 2022 ACA National Show judges, Mr. Scott Foster and his son Andrew Foster of Niles, Michigan. Scott Foster owns Seldom Rest Farms with his brother Bruce and son Andrew. They raise registered Angus cattle, focusing mainly on show heifers. They have 4 sales a year and have sold and exhibited many champions in both junior and open shows at the local, state, and national levels. The Fosters are also raised 3,000 acres of corn and soybeans. Scott was a member of the 1980 National Championship Livestock Judging Team for Michigan State University and was the high individual in the contest held in Louisville. Scott also served on the American Angus Association Board for 6 years, and Andrew is the 2010 graduate of Oklahoma State University, and he and his wife, Emily, have 2 daughters, Everly and Emerson. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Scott and Andrew Foster here to the Green Chips at the North American. First call, Class 4, percentage Simmental heifers. First call, Class 4, percentage Simmental heifers. This time, we'd like to introduce our judges today in your open Simmental and percentage Simmental shows. Mr. Donnie Robertson of Oklahoma and the associate judge, Mr. Barry Nowatzki of Indiana.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and sorting through your key show here today, and really a fun way to start here with our bull show. And I think two May calves that have an outstanding future ahead of them. And when we sit here and break these two down, I think the logical place to start is the bigger bull calf here. I think he's just a little smoother in his overall design. He's a little more extended and just a little bit more of him altogether in terms of mass and muscle dimension at this stage of the game. And then when we set him in motion, I think he's just a little bit better in the angle to his shoulder and the way he reaches out of his front end. Really like the depth and the completeness of this bull here in second, and maybe in comparison to our class winner, he might carry back just a little bit fuller through that rear rib and flank, and especially maybe on down the road. I think he's going to have plenty of dimension there as well. Just like to make this one just reach with a little more reach off that front end and just sit him back in the slope of his shoulder. And then, like I said, maybe just in comparison to our class winner today, just like to see a little bit more of him. But I think two bulls that got a tremendous future ahead of them. Congratulations.
Well, good morning, and over on the Simmental side, as we get ready to get started in what I'm sure is going to be an outstanding day of a lot of really, really good cattle. We've got a really nice pair that is a single entry within this division, and obviously she'll be your champion cow-calf pair, but a really nice entry. Really like the cow in terms of her length of side, in terms of her body that she has. She's really nice footed. She's really sound as she gets out and travels. And that's one that from a completeness and balance standpoint just kind of does everything right. Really nice August bull calf on her side that certainly we believe has a future ahead of him. But again, just a really nice pair that wins this particular portion of the show. And if you would, please give them a round of applause for a nice cow.
Second call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females. Results of Class 1 of your Chianina bulls. In first place, entry number 62, Freedom Counts. Owned by D&J Cattle Company and also bred by D&J Cattle Company. In second place, entry number 63, RSRS Pisarello, owned by Sheets ChiAngus.
Single entry April bull calf here, and I think one that can certainly merit some competition. Really attractive, and that's where he stands out just in terms of his balance and that eye appeal that he has. Super smooth, just in his overall makeup, the way he transitions from his shoulder back into his forward. Like to square this one up just a little bit in terms of from his hooks to his pins, but one with that kind of muscle and that kind of shape. I think he's going to be just naturally a little rounder there, but I think one that in terms of power and eye appeal certainly can stand some competition. Congratulations.
And your Class 2 winner of your Chianina bulls goes to entry number 64, CFBC Indy, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. Third and final call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females.
here in our first division. I think these key bulls, tremendous quality so far in all three of these calves that have come through the ring, and I think as we set the tone as we go through these calves today and on down the road here in terms of structure and balance, I think that there's probably a bull that reaches to the top for us in terms of those things and putting those things together and having a bright future. We'll go ahead and use this bull out of our first class to be our division champion. Our other class winner will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, again, a really nice class to get started with in your female portion of the show, and three really high-quality females within this class. And as we'll talk all day, this is just personal opinion, and those of you standing and sitting around ringside certainly will have your favorites that may or may not be ours. But we like the heifer that wins the class just in terms of her completeness and balance. A female that's got enough body and substance for us. You get behind her, and I think that's where she has just a slight advantage over the heifer in second, is in terms of her muscle pattern. She's probably a little cleaner about her front end, particularly right behind her shoulders. And I think where she excels is when you ask her to go and get her out in motion. She's very fluid and very sound in terms of her movement. Really nice heifer to start the class. A little more moderate framed female, and I don't know if that's the right term. She is a little smaller than the heifer that wins the class, but here's a good one in terms of her body and her capacity. A female, again, that has that spring to her rib and that depth of side that you like to see. We'd like to change her just a little bit up through her shoulder, give her just a little bit more slope to her shoulder, maybe free her up just a little bitty bit as she gets out and travels. Then we end up with a heifer in third, again, a very, very nice female, and one that may be the thickest individual within the class. We just don't see her to be quite as complete and well balanced, maybe not quite as sound as she gets out and travels comparative to the two, but nonetheless a really, really nice class of females to get started with. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of your Chianina Bulls. Your champion late junior bull calf goes to entry number 65, Freedom Counts, owned by D&J Cattle. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 64, CFBC Indy, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. First call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. All ChiAngus bulls to the makeup arena. All ChiAngus bulls to the makeup arena. This includes class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Once again, all ChiAngus bulls classes 1 through 7 to the makeup arena.
Well, another really good pair of March bull calves here in our key side. And I think as we start out here and break these two down, there's some give and take. But as we analyze these two and break them down, I think the advantage in terms of structure is it goes to our bull here in first. I think one, that when we set him in motion, he's really good and flexible off both ends. His toes are all straight and forward, and he sits down on all those corners and gets out and reaches and goes. When that bull gets stopped, he gives you really good profile in terms of just length and good in terms of his lines. Like an awful lot of things about him. He's maybe not as massive and deep-sided as the bull here in second, and this is impressive. A March bull calf here, and he weighs 1,100, and he's got plenty of depth of body and mass there as well. But just one, when we break him down, he's a little more open in his shoulder, and he wants to toe out on that front left foot a little more. Just one that's really massive, but just maybe doesn't get around quite as well as our class winner here today. Nice pair of bulls for those two exhibitors.
Second call, class 5, 6, and 7 percentage Simmental females. Second call, class 5, 6, and 7 percentage Simmental females. Results of class 1 of your percentage Simmental female show in first place, entry number 174. And also your grand champion percentage pair goes to entry number 174, S and CC Jasmine 6911D. Owned by Emily Caffey of Bonneville, Kentucky. Your Class 2 percentage Simmental heifer results in first place, entry number 10, Pearl 52K, owned by Cade Liggett of Denison, Ohio. In second place, entry number 2, MHM RRF Miss Primrose 24K, owned by Red River Farms and Abby Melton of Grand Saline, Texas. In third place, entry number 11, owned by Delaney Bates.
Another nice pair of February bulls here on our key side, and where we start with this bull calf, I think just in terms of completeness and that smoothness that he has, a bull that's really smooth out of that shoulder and carries that back into his forerib and deep into his flank. One that where he has the most advantage is when we set him in motion. He wants to just handle that hind leg more correctly. He sets down on that pastern a little bit better than our second place winner. The bull here coming in second, one that you appreciate the overall performance and mass and thickness that this one has as well. A bull though that when we compare him back to our class winner, maybe not quite as smooth in his overall makeup. Like to smooth him up in his underline, and then like I mentioned before, just like to free that one up and set him down on those rear pasterns a little better to get over the other bull today. Well, here in our second division of our bull show over on the key side, I think a tremendous representation here as we get these bulls out and evaluate them. And I think as we break our first places and second places down, and as we discussed a little bit in class, I think when we get them out here, there's two bulls that pair up really well together, and I think it's not our job to figure out what these bulls are going to look like on down the road, but to evaluate them today. And I think there's a pair of bulls, though, that I do believe have maybe just a little bit brighter future in terms of structure and smoothness, and those are the two bulls that come out of our that are our class winners. And I think as we compare these two back and forth, they merit some discussion and just some differences. I think that the bull here out of our first class, he's the striking bull. He's really good in terms of his lines and the way he is up through his front end and got some muscle and shape, and he's really good in terms of his structure, and he's probably the more favorable one in terms of his feet and legs and the way he gets out and goes, and maybe just a little bit more comfort there on his rear pasterns as compared to the bull that's out of our second class, and I think that that's an advantage that he has. Now, he's not as deep-bodied as the bull that we've got in our second class, and you appreciate that about this calf here from our second class. I think he's big-ribbed and he's deep-sided and he's got some mass and depth there. I think a bull that's smooth in his overall makeup as well maybe doesn't get around quite as well off those hind legs as our class winner, and I think, or as our first class winner. But I think just in terms of that class, he was the sounder of the pair. But we're going to keep these two bulls together. Our bull out of our first class is going to be our division champion. Our second class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 5, 6 and 7.
Well, here on your Simmental side, really nice class of March heifers out here to move on in your low percentage show. And Donnie and I think the heifer we're going to start off with, she's just a combination heifer as we get her out here and study her. She's the most fault-free. She's the heifer when we study her from the ground up. We like her foot. We like the shape and the angulation to her knee and her shoulder. She sits in her shoulder really nice, but yet she's a heifer that's got some volume and some capacity to her. We just like her just in terms of her balance and in terms of the heifer that's the most fault-free in this particular lineup. If you like them stout and rugged, you'll like this heifer in second because she is. She's big-footed. She's really stout in terms of her bone. You know, and we don't always need the most bone. We don't need the most muscle. We just like it designed in a proper way. And this one's got a lot of bone. But with that, for us, she gets just a little more coarse than the heifer that stands ahead of her here does today. But a female we appreciate for the amount of power that she has with her. The heifer that comes here in three is a female to us. Love her from the side. You get off and view her from the side. She gives you a beautiful profile. But when we study this heifer's shoulder, I think she gets a little steeper in her shoulder. She gets a little more forward in that knee. We'd like to change that about her ever so slightly. But a heifer that gives you a really nice look when you get off and view her from the side. Gentleman's heifer coming here in four is one. She also gives you a good look. When he gets her parked and he gets that tail head down in her, she gives you a really nice look. But when she goes into motion, she wants to get that tail head out of her ever so slightly. We'd like to tuck that in her just a little bit. She wants to turn out ever so slightly on that left front. If we could square that up, I think we can move her up in this particular lineup. The heifer that comes next, really stout individual, really stout in terms of her bone work. We'd probably like to change her the way her joints are designed a little bit. You get behind her and view her. She wants a bow ever so slightly on that rear hock, but she's a female that's very attractive, really big-bodied individual. She's one we like for her power, but like I say, we'd like to change her in terms of her bone work ever so slightly. I like the heifer that comes next, just in terms of her kind. She's a really fault-free, well-balanced female, but as we view her compare her to her counterparts here today, she just gives up too much power in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. If we could add some muscle to her, I think there's a heifer that could move up in this particular lineup. Then we conclude with four heifers here today that just need a little more power, need a little more balance to move up in this particular lineup.
A single entry and a automatic division winner here in our senior calves on the key side. And and I think a bull that certainly has a good look. You in the stands can see him here as he gets out there on a profile, tremendously long fronted and got really good in his lines. He's big hipped. He's really good when you get in behind him. We set this bull in motion. He's good in terms of his feet and legs. If we're going to pick on him a little bit, like to see him with a little bit softer center body at this stage of the game, but I think one that in terms of attractiveness and that good look and sound structure certainly merits some competition. Congratulations on this automatic division.
Once again, all ChiAngus bulls to the makeup arena. All ChiAngus bulls, classes 1 through 7 to the makeup arena. Results of Class 3 in your Chianina Bull Show. In first place, entry number 66, CFBC Tank, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. In second place, LBG Excel 31K, owned by Garrett Show Cattle. Your Class 4 results. In first place, entry number 69, LBG Sunny Boy, exhibited by Savannah Garrett. In second place, entry number 71, VVCC Highball, owned by Valley Vista Farms. Your champion early junior bull calf in your Chianina Bull Show goes to entry number 66, CFBC Tank, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 69, LBG Sunny Boy, owned by Savannah Garrett. Your champion senior bull calf in your Chianina Bull Show goes to entry number 72, CFBC Mr. Titan, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey.
Well, a single entry here in our intermediate division as well on the key side, and a bull that can certainly stand a lot of competition. He's kind of a lot of what we've been looking for, I think, in terms of that body and that look and that ring presence. A bull, though, as still as he gets older here and as he matures and he still gets around the ring with plenty of reach and flexibility off of both ends, tremendous depth of body, and still maintains a masculine look that's got some muscle shape and dimension as well. Really a complete bull here in our intermediate division. Congratulations.
Well, folks, over on this side of the arena, if you would, please, I know we're kind of a sparse crowd at the moment, but put your hands together and show this group of exhibitors a nice round of applause for this first division as we get started. 4 really, really nice females, and again, as you'll hear Barry and I talk throughout the day, you know, good cattle come in all different sizes and shapes, and I think we've got 4 really, really nice ones out here to participate within this division. The heifer that wins this first class is one that just is very striking from the side view profile. You would have to love and like her front end about her. She's a female that's probably got enough body and center portion of her rib for us. Maybe in comparisons with the one right behind her, that may be where you would like to just see her a little bit differently made. But again, I think she's adequate in terms of that. She's very sound and true about her structure. And for us, she's certainly got enough muscle in terms of thickness. The heifer that wins the second class is one that, again, when you just stand back and just talk about good cattle, she represents those terms quite nicely. Again, she's a female that's smoothly made about her shoulder. She's good in terms of her rib shape and her depth. You just have to really appreciate her down her top and back through her hip and through her hind leg. And again, as we mentioned again, very, very sound and true in terms of her movement. The 2 second place on the other side, really, really nice females. Some differences in those two, but again, you've got one that's really, really stout made and really, really thick-ended, big boned and big footed, and the red heifer on the other end, beautifully made in terms of her design, and you like her body and your depth. Again, a really, really nice division. We'll show you the two that we like. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Well, here as we come to our first champion of the day on our key side, and not a lot of numbers as we've gone through this show here, but I think in terms of quality, we get our divisions and our reserves back out here. I think there's a tremendous amount of quality, and there's some differences in terms of type and kind. And I think, you know, as breeders and as a key breed, you know, you've got some tools to use and some bulls that are you know, got some different qualities that you can sort from and make breeding decisions with in terms of structure and look and balance and body. And I think, you know, as what we prefer and as we set the tone for the day, I think, you know, structure is of the utmost importance to Dad and I, and that's where we base a lot of our decisions. And I think as these division champions are out here, they're certainly sound and they're good-looking cattle. And from there, we get to picking on some differences. But I think there's probably a bull that just suits us really, really well in terms of body and balance and like I said, structure as well, and kind of puts the whole package together. And then it gets a little bit closer, I think, and we discuss a little bit amongst ourselves for reserve. But once again, congratulate these breeders, and I think an outstanding set of bulls here. Dad's going to go select your champion. Please give them all a round of applause.
First call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. ChiAngus bull, entry number 39 to the makeup arena immediately. And your grand champion Chianina bull goes to entry number 74, DAJS The Reason 3000, owned by Katie St. Tree. Your reserve grand champion Chianina bull goes to entry number 62, Freedom Counts, owned by D&J Cattle Company. Congratulations, Chianina Bowl exhibitors. Results of your percentage Simmental Heifers class number 3. In first place, entry number 15, Elite Equity 33K, exhibited by Sturgisball Cattle Company. In second place, entry number 123, SNS BCII Sugar and Spice, owned by Brecken Bloomberg and Tim Schaefer Shown Cattle. In third place, entry number 23, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Josie Phillips. In fourth place, entry number 32, Boyer Show Cattle. In fifth place, entry number 19, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Callie Baldwin. In sixth place, entry number 13, Delaney Lucy. In seventh place, entry number 17, Sanders Show Cattle. In eighth place, entry number 175, Reese Holst. In ninth place, entry number 22, Drew Vilsagi. And in 10th place, entry number 26, Garrett Bossy. Your Division 1 champion, percentage Simmental female, goes to entry number 15. Elite Equity 33K, owned by Sturgisball Cattle Company. Your reserve champion, Division 1 percentage Simmental female, goes to entry number 123. SNS BCII Sugar and Spice, owned by Brecken Bloomberg and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females.
Well, a really nice class and an interesting class all the way through from top to bottom, and some decisions, I guess, that you have to make. And again, as we've talked earlier, we understand this business as well as most, and we all have our favorites, and we're certainly not going to argue with you. And it's where you put your priorities, I guess, is where you end up. And for us, it starts at the ground. It starts in terms of their structure. We feel that the heifer that's leading off this class is a little better in her structure, particularly through her front end. Here's one that you like her center portion of her body. She's a little longer in comparisons to the heifer that's in second. She lays and ties together just a little neater back through that hip. And again, one that you admire for her front end, you admire for her body and her length and her structural correctness. To be ideal, I'd like to tone her down just a little bitty bit, and you have to question as she project her forward how she's going to end up in through that chest floor. But again, I think a really nice female in one. When you just talk completeness and balance and good cattle, she's very, very high quality. The gentleman's heifer that's in second, really love her power that she has from behind. And here's one that's certainly got enough muscle, I guess, for us. Again, a female that's got some depth of body and some true spring to her rib. She opens up just a little bitty bit in terms of right behind her shoulder comparative to the heifer that wins the class. And again, we'd like to just change her just a little bitty bit up through that region, maybe extend her out in terms of length. But again, I think a really, really nice female that has a world of future ahead of her. Third place heifer coming out next. Again, you like her body, you like her depth, you like her length. We don't see her to be quite as structurally sound, particularly up through her front end, as the heifers that lead off in front of her. But again, when you just talk quality of depth of rib and body, along with a balance and a completeness, she kind of fits those bills. We just like to see her move out just a little bit. She wants to lead with her knee just a little bit. Heifer that's coming in fourth next, again, When you talk about just depth of body and true spring of rib, we think that she's got it, and that elevated her up a few notches. We'd like to change her out her hip and a little bit back through her hind leg. Again, we'd like to free her up just a little bitty bit off of those front two. The baldy heifer coming out next, we just like to see deeper in terms of her body shape. She's got some forerib about herself, but we just like to see her deeper through that flank. But again, a fairly sound female as she gets out and travels about the ring, and one that certainly is deserving to be here at your national show. Young man's heifer coming out next just needs to have more power. She gets a little flat for us. She gets a little tubular for us when comparative to the ones above her, and we just like to strengthen her out just a little bit, lengthen her out, give her some more muscle. We're sharing microphone duties with our friends over on the other side of the arena, so we're probably not going to talk each one of these as they exit the arena. It's a long day it's been a long day for most of you, and it'll be a long day of judging here today. But a really, really nice class of females all the way down the line. For us, structure separates a lot of them. Depth of body separates a lot of them. But my congratulations on a really, really nice class of females.
An exciting way here to start off our ChiAngus show, and a pair of May bull calves that I think both have an exceptional amount of quality and a world of future ahead of them. And there's some give and take between the two of them and some differences, and I'll discuss them here real quick. But the bull that wins the class, I think one that just in sheer terms of mass and power and bone and looseness of structure today, he comes to the top. I think one that's really good in his full rib and deep through that flank. He's got a shot more muscle and a little more shape at this stage of the game. And when we set him into motion, he's looser made, and he wants to get out and go with just a little more reach and flexibility today, and sits down on a little more foot and bone than our bull in second. And I think that's the distinct advantage that he has and where he starts today. Now, I'll be honest, we really, really like the way that this bull in second is made in terms of his design, and he fits us really well in that way. He's good up through his front end. He's deep-sided. He's good in his lines. When this bull is parked, he's tremendous in terms of his overall design. Now, I don't know, for lack of a better term, when he gets out and goes, he kind of wants to prance like a baby calf and maybe not quite get out as well out of that front end, or the way I read him today. I don't think he's unsound. I just don't know that he's quite relaxed and gets out and goes. Certainly not as much bone and power as our class winner, but I think one that's got a tremendous amount of future just in terms of his overall design and the way he's built as well.
Third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females.
Well, a single entry April bull calf here, and I think one that's certainly good in terms of quality. And as we evaluate him by himself out here, not overwhelming in any one way, but not bad in any way at all. I think this calf is really complete. He's really good in his lines, and he's really, in terms of depth of body and muscle, he's where he should be. And in terms of those things, when we get him out and goes, he wants to snap those rear pasterns every now and again, but I don't call that one unsound at all. He's flexible, and when he gets out and goes, anytime you've got that kind of growth, you're going to run into a little bit of that snapping those pasterns every now and again. But I think one that, in terms of just completeness, can certainly stand some competition. Won our first calf division in our ChiAngus show here. I think once again you should be commended as breeders in bringing this type of quality here, and certainly not very many in this division, but I think they've all been good, and I think they're sound cattle that have a place. I think there's two that pair up pretty well, and we're in a close class here. Our class winners out of our first class will be our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Your Class 4 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 52, Campbell Queen 16K, exhibited by Campbell Co. of Cedarville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 43, Stir Brokers Philistine 22K, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. In third place, entry number 39, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Isabel Lowry. In fourth place, entry number 42, Olivia Bacon. In fifth place, entry number 55, Andrew Bumgardner. In sixth place, entry number 40, Nicholas Wiley. In seventh place, entry number 41, Clearwater Simmentals and HTP Simmentals. In eighth place, entry number 53, Laney McAllister. In ninth place, entry 46, Katie Cooper. In 10th place, entry number 224, Prospect Cattle Company. In 11th place, entry number 36, Cade Griffith. And in 12th place, entry number 35, Pacey Balcom. First call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females.
Well, over here on the low semi side, really nice class of January heifers, and just a heifer that comes to the top rather handily for Donnie and I. This one here, when we study her from the ground up, she's just big-footed, We really like the angulation she has to her shoulder. She's very attractive up through her front 1/3. Just a really, really good one to start off this class and a real logical place to start. Then we get into some give and take here on down the line. We're going to use a young man's heifer coming here and next. I think just in terms of eye appeal and balance, I think she needs a wind up here in 2 in this particular class. But she's a heifer. We'd like to change her. I think she gets a little tighter in her spine when she gets into motion. We'd like to change the way she handles those hind 2 ever so slightly. But when he gets her parked, that heifer gives you a nice look. She's got some balance. She's got some symmetry to her. So she winds up here in 2 in this particular class. The red heifer that comes next, we like her from the standpoint of being practical. I think this is just a real solid female. I think she's one that doesn't have a glaring big hole in her, but she's also one that doesn't have them extra bells and whistles we like to see for the show ring. She's sound in her structure. She's really level out through her hip, but I'd like to see her pin set just a little bit wider. We'd maybe like to see a little more shape and dimension to her lower 1/3. The heifer that comes next in this lineup is one that when she's parked, this heifer competes with the heifer that wins the class in our mind. But when he puts her into motion, this heifer gets a little tighter in her spine here today. She almost acts like maybe she slipped or got hurt a little bit out back. She just gets too tight right there in that spine for us. Hopefully that gentleman can get her loosened up for next time he gets to the show, because I think that heifer's got a lot of quality about her. Gentleman that comes next got a really stout-made female. We'd like to change her out of her front end or ever so slightly. The 2 cattle we conclude with here, sure practical, functional cattle, we'd like to see have a little more eye appeal to move them up here today.
Well, a single entry December here on our ChiAngus side, and I think a bull that brings some quality to the table. I think in terms of muscle shape and dimension, you really like him. He's got some shape down that top and carries it good through his hip and lower quarter. Really good in terms of the way his structure is off his hind leg and the way he handles his hock and his pastern. When he gets out and goes, though, he wants to tuck that center portion of his body up a little bit, like to lean him back just a little bit in the slope to his shoulder. But I think a bull that in terms of that hind end structure and the mass and the muscle shape that he has down his top certainly brings some quality to the table.
Results of your ChiAngus Bull show, your Class 1 winner goes to entry number 34, and also your champion late junior bull calf goes to 34, DAJS Special Ops, owned by Katie Satry of Texas, in second place. And also your reserve champion late junior bull calf goes to entry 33, GOP Knockout 211K, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans Cattle Company, and Grand Old Place Farms. Your Class 2 winner goes to entry number 36, ARD Ridge Revival 52K, owned by Ard Ridge Genetics, LLC. Your Class 3 ChiAngus Bull winner goes to entry number 38, GOP Just in Time 118J, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans of Evans Cattle Company and Grand Old Place Farms. Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females.
Well, over on the low percentage Simmental show, and again, it's been an awfully good division. As we've walked through the classes, again, there's a lot of give and take, and as we've mentioned throughout the day, I guess it starts at the ground in terms of the structural correctness and and the soundness that these cattle possess. And I think that these heifers out here that have won their class represent that quite nicely. The heifer that comes out of the first class, again, from the side view profile, you certainly love the silhouette that she gives you. She's very straight and complete in her lines. So she's very good and nicely made up through her front 1/3. And again, a female that's awfully sound and true about how she travels and gets out and goes, and certainly got enough muscle, I guess, for Barry and I. The heifer that comes out of the second class, again, you could pretty much say the same things about this heifer. Love her from her shoulder back, love her top, and love her length that she has. Again, she's got enough body and substance and mass for us. Both of them, I think, are equally made in terms of thickness, and again, a very, very sound, functionally and structurally correct kind of a female. So again, place your priorities wherever you place them. For us, we just believe that all four of these are good cattle with a lot of quality and a lot of future within them. We'll show you the two that we like, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, back on our ChiAngus side, a pair of November bulls here, and I think between the two of them, I think there's a logical place to start. I think the bull that starts the class just in terms of power and performance and the way he gets out and goes. And like we've said, we've been sorting a lot on structure throughout the day, and this bull's just simply looser built and bigger boned and gets out and goes with just more reach and comfort off of both ends. And then when we get him stopped, there's just simply more of them in terms of body and mass and muscle shape as well. Really complete bull here in second. He's smooth in his overall makeup and smooth there, the way he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib. He's got some shape down his top and over his hip there. Just like to free that one up, maybe stouten him up in terms of his bone work today. One that just maybe doesn't get out and go quite as well as our class winner.
Your Class 5 percentage Simmental female results in first place, and also your Division II champion goes to entry number 57, SNS Cole Oso Foxy 2067K, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Taylor Poff of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 45, Fen Lola 16K, exhibited by Owen Fennig of Coldwater, Ohio. In third place, entry number 60, Garrett Bossy. In fourth place, entry number 61, Red River Farms and Morgan Jackson. In fifth place, entry number 56, Sophie Harvey. In sixth place, entry number 64, Colby Cooper. And in seventh place, entry number 65, Clearwater Simmentals. Your Division II Reserve Champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 52, Campbell Co. Queen 16K, exhibited by Campbell Co. of Cedarville, Ohio. Your Class 4 ChiAngus Bull results in first place, entry number 39, GOP Jet Black 117J, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans, Evans Cattle Company, and Grand Old Place Farms. In second place, entry number 40, TRTLLC Just Watch, owned by Talmo Ranch and Tyler Loudon.
Well, a single entry October on this side, and I think one that has an awful lot of good in terms of his look and his design, and then that's where we like him quite a bit there. He's long up through his front end. He sure is deep through the center portion of his body. when he's on the stand, he sits there and he's square out of that hip. And we're going to get picky on him when we get him out and get him in motion. He's a little straighter in his shoulder, and he wants to break in behind his shoulder and kind of raise that raise that center portion of his back. And so, you know, I think in terms of design, this one's got an awful lot of good to him just in terms of that profile. I guess when we get him back out here, we'll evaluate his structure a little bit more in division. But I think one, just in terms of that ring presence and that look, got a quality bull there. Well, here in our senior calf division here on our ChiAngus side, and I think once again, not a lot of numbers, but quality from end to end, and some bulls that merit some consideration in terms of use and how you want to use them in your breeding programs. But I think for us, as we get out here, I think there's one clear-cut way, and a lot of what we've been talking about in terms of looseness of structure and build, that'll be our bull out of our second class. He'll be our division.
And your champion senior bull calf and your ChiAngus bull show goes to entry number 39, GOP Jet Black 117J, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans, Evans Cattle Company, and Grand Old Place Farms. Your reserve champion senior bull calf and your ChiAngus bull show out of your Class 5 winner went to entry number 41, Bauer High Noon J793, owned by Alex Bauer and Mackenzie Kolomsky.
Well, a single entry here in our intermediate division, and certainly I think overwhelming in terms of quality as we get him out here. A bull that pretty much checks all the boxes in our mind. I think one that in terms of just quality and that smoothness that he has when we get him out, he's athletic in terms of his way he's made at the ground and gets out and goes super good in that center portion of his body and just handles it so well, still maintains that masculine look and good muscle shape. Really a high quality bull here as our intermediate division champion. Congratulations.
Your Class 6 winner of your ChiAngus Bulls and also your champion Summer Yearling Bull goes to entry number 43, BMW GCC Bucket List 520J, owned by Weingartner Show Cattle of Ohio and Griswold Cattle of Oklahoma. First call, Class 10, percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 10, percentage Simmental females.
Another automatic division here on our ChiAngus side, and a big bull here that can certainly what you see is what you get. I think one in terms of quality and smoothness, he looks like he's maybe been out and working on some cows here as well, but I think in terms of balance and smoothness, he's got an awful lot of good to him. He's good there in his forerib and the depth of his body. When you get him out and go move for a big bull, he's pretty sound and uniform the way he gets out and goes. He's maybe a little bit short stride, maybe doesn't quite fill his track, but at least he's smooth in the way that he does it. A bull that's attractive up through that front end can certainly stand some competition. Congratulations on this division.
Well, really a challenging class over here on your Sim Solution side, and I think you could shake these things up just a little bit differently, just depending on where you put your priorities. For Donnie and I, we went back and forth of kind of how we like these, and we kept coming back to this young lady's heifer here that we have in first. I think just in terms of one that's got the cow look, I think as we compare her to the heifer standing right behind her, she comes out of the backside of that shoulder with a little bigger, bolder rib cage. I think when you study her underline, I think she's just a little deeper through the center part of her body. I think she's a little deeper right there in her flank. A heifer, undoubtedly, when we put her in motion, I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit in her spine, but she's attractive when you get off and view her from the side. So I think we decided this was a very, very good place to start in this particular class. The heifer that comes second, we love her kind. She's very practical, she's very functional. She's a heifer that's got a lot of meat, a lot of power to her. You know, like I said, as we compare her to the heifer that wins the class, is she as long from the point of her shoulder forward? No, I don't think she is. And maybe we'd like to see her have just a little more center shape and dimension to that rib cage. But that's a very, very high quality heifer. Gets out and goes really good as well. And I think that's where she has the advantage over the heifer that comes three in this lineup. I think this heifer just struggles a little more out of her front end than the two cattle above her do here today. But we appreciate her for her rib cage, for the amount of power, the amount of volume and capacity that she has. A very, very nice female. The heifer that comes next, this is a female. When she came in the ring, I thought she was going to be our class winner. She's very attractive. She's very striking from the side. But as we get her out here and view her next to the other three cattle ahead of her, she just doesn't have that brood cow look here today. She wants to come into pieces a little bit as she stands. We just like to maybe tone her down a little bit as well in her size. But four very, very good cattle. Sure enough, some give and take within them.
Your Class 7 ChiAngus Bull winner and also your champion junior yearling bull goes to entry number 44, Clinto, owned by Tyler Loudon. At this time, the 2022 American Chianina Association National Show is dedicated to Val B. Shields of Kentucky. In 1978, when he was 13 years old, Val and his dad purchased a three-quarter blood Chianina bull. They turned him out with their purebred Angus cows, and VBS Farms was born. In the 70s and early 80s, it was common for cattle to purchase a percentage bull of a continental breed and mate him to British-based cows. Subsequent bull purchases would be of increasing percentages. By 1982, Val had become a member of the ACA and was purchasing and raising Italian full-bloods. Val bought the best genetics that were available, but was especially partial to Talmo Ranch multi-generational ChiAngus. Val began breeding his ChiAngus cows with high-numbered, high-performing Elite Angus bulls and currently has a performance-oriented herd show-quality cows. Val has always been a strong supporter of the junior program. He has personally guided 6 families through the junior program. When Val sells a heifer to a junior, he purchases a junior membership in the AJCA for them. Over the past 20 years, Val has impacted 12 different youth and has personally taken them and their heifers to the National Junior Heifer Show. Val served 2 terms as an ACA board member, including 1 year as vice president and 2 years as president. He served on the ACA Rules Committee and 2 terms on the ChiAngus Classic Committee. In recognition of his longtime dedication as a ChiAngus breeder, his support of the junior program, and his service to the American Chianina Association, the ACA gratefully dedicated the 2022 National Show to Val B. Shields. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Val B. Shields of Kentucky.
Well, here as we wrap up our ChiAngus Bull Show, again, not a lot in terms of numbers, but I think certainly in terms of quality, again, from end to end, I think you as breeders should be commended. I think there's an outstanding lineup in terms of quality and structural correctness and cattle that offer some bone and muscle shape and know how to handle it when they get around the ring and still maintain that with a good balanced look. And an ability to raise some cattle that can come back and compete in the ring again if you're trying to raise females or bull calves as well. And I think, as we evaluate these, and not to take anything away from any of the others, I think there's one that certainly stands out just overwhelming in terms of his structural base and body and mass and muscle and that show ring look and presence that he has, kind of like bringing a gun to a knife fight. This bull out of our 3rd division is going to be our champion.
And your grand champion ChiAngus bull goes to entry number 43, BMW GCC Bucket List 520J, owned by Weingartner Show Cattle of Ohio and Griswold Cattle Company of Oklahoma.
For reserve as we evaluate these, and I think once again good in terms of quality and structure. I think there's a young bull calf out here that most resembles our champion. This calf out of our 1st division will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, another really nice class over here on the Simmental side, and a heifer that I guess just kind of for us just kind of wins the class. She's won again as we talked today, and it's a broken record for me, but she gives you a really nice look in terms of her completeness and her balance. Again, you like her down through her top, and you like her up through her front end, and that's probably where she excels just a little bitty bit over the heifer that's in second, is up through her front 1/3. Enough body, enough rib shape for us. You get behind her and get up off of her. She's got enough muscle and thickness. If we were to change her just a little bit, we might like to see her move out just a little bitty bit better off of her front end. She has a tendency at times to kind of want to wing those front two out, but nonetheless, that's nitpicking on a mighty good one right there. The heifer that's in second, a little larger frame, kind of a female. You love her body, you love her depth and her true spring of rib that she has. She's not made quite as nice and neat as the heifer that wins the class up through her front end. A female that's adequately made in terms of her muscle, a female that gets around the ring relatively free and easy. Third place heifer is one that's a little different, obviously different in terms of her size, but here's a nice female. Certainly gives you a nice look from a silhouette standpoint, like her body, like their depth of rib, maybe like to clean her up just a little bitty bit down through her brisket, and maybe just see just a little bit more true heifer there. Heifer coming in next, again, you like her length of side. We just like to see her with some more true spring to her rib and some more lower 1/3, if you will, but a female that gets around relatively easy within this class today. We end up with a heifer, again, as we talked today, maybe not the completeness, the overall balance and symmetry that we see in some of the front runners. We'd like to free her up off of both ends of her skeleton just a little bitty bit, and again, give her just a little bit more body and depth. But a good class of females, nice class through and through.
Once again, your grand champion, ChiAngus bull, goes to entry number 43, BMW GCC Bucket List 520J, owned by Weingartner, Klingeman Show Cattle, and Griswold Cattle Company. Congratulations. First call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Chianina females. First call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Chianina females. Second call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Chianina females. Second call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Chianina females. Entry number 4 to the makeup arena immediately. Second call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. This is your first call, Class 11 and 12 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 11 and 12 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Chianina females. Third and final call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Chianina females. Third and final call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 11 and 12 percentage semis. Second call, Class 11 and Class 12 percentage semi females.
Well, this is a tremendous class of fall heifers out here, and all the way down, I think there's very, very high quality within these cattle, and I commend the exhibitors. This is the way we see them out here. I think Donnie and I think this heifer up top is the combination heifer of the group. She's the one that shows the most maternal, the most femininity up through her front 1/3, but then yet comes out of her shoulder with a big, bold rib cage. She's really strong and stout down her top. She comes back. She's really level out through the from hooks to pins. And as we compare her to the heifer in second, I think there's a little more width to her pin set. Definitely down through her lower 1/3. I think this heifer excels the cattle that stands right behind her. So I think a very, very good place to start. I love this heifer in second. When you get back off and view her from the profile, she just is striking. The way that neck comes out of the top side of the shoulder, like that a great deal. Study her from the ground up. She gets out and goes really, really nicely. She's not as bold. If you study her right coming out of the back of her shoulder into her rib cage and down in her lower 1/3, if we could add just a little more muscle to that one, I think she could give that class winner all she wants. The cow of the bunch is the heifer that we have in third. We really appreciate her for the cowy look she gives us out here. She tends to run downhill ever so slightly as she gets out here when she's parked, but boy, that one's got a big, beautiful rib cage, really stout in terms of her muscle shape. She's not as level from hooks to pins as the two heifers that stand right above her, but that's a very, very high quality female. The heifer that comes next in 4, she's a heifer that's attractive from the side, her as well. We like how she balances up in her underline. She's a female. When she gets into motion, we like to set that tail head back down into her ever so slightly, but another female that's really sound structured, very, very high quality, as is the female that concludes this class. I mean, here's a heifer that she come in the ring first, and I thought, boy, we're going to have a good class winner this time. But as we get her out here and comparing her to her counterparts, she doesn't balance up as nicely from her chest through the center part of her body back into her flank. She gets just a little tucked up right there in that flank. But that heifer's got a lot of shape, a lot of dimension, really, really sound female to conclude the class.
Your Class 6 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 68, TSSC Sparkle 123J, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. In second place, entry number 69, Wallace Arkdale Pride 105J, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In third place, entry number 75, Rob Oakley. In fourth place, entry number 66, Brecken Bloomberg.
Here on the key side, it's really great for Andrew and I to have the opportunity to be with you this morning and be down here and on your 50th anniversary as well. Our first class here, a May heifer calf class, plus it'll be a division, just a striking heifer. As you see her, you watch her go around the ring. She moves out with some ease and sets all 4 feet down really well. I mean, I think just really a nice place to begin the key show, a nice heifer. In that respect, we'll look forward to seeing her back out here later.
Your Class 7 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 81, 909J, exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina. In second place, entry number 80, Bramlett's DBLG Emmy J182, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and McKenna Hoppe. In third place, entry number 77, Haley Stotler. In fourth place, entry number 76, Luke Lath. In fifth place, entry number 78, Garrett Bossy. First call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Chianina females. First call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Chianina females.
Well, again, over on this side of the arena, and as we prepare to pick your division champion, and again, I compliment all the exhibitors that are out here, because really the six individuals, when you get down just to the end of it, they're good cattle and they have a lot of quality. And I understand it, as I said earlier, I understand the business, and I know that we're all wanting to win, but I think if you sit back and just analyze these, you have to appreciate them for the quality that they have. And as I've always stated, you state where your priorities are and run with it. And for us, it gets kind of simple. I think we can overanalyze things at times, but for us, it's soundness and mobility and just depth of rib. And the heifer that wins the class up here on front does that. You love her body, you love her depth, you love her true spring that she has to her rib. She's very sound, very true and correct as she gets out and travels. When you compare with some of the other heifers out here, she maybe doesn't hold herself quite together on the standstill, and you might like to see just a little bit more muscle in her in comparisons. But again, I think an awfully good female that has a ton of future ahead of her. Congratulations to that young lady. Really a nice heifer that comes in second. And again, from the side view profile, and when she gets her parked, she certainly gives you a nice silhouette and a good look. You love her body, the center portion of her body. She's strong and correct out through her hip and back through her hind leg. And she's nice enough up through her front end and shows you a lot of balance. If we critique her and would like to change her just a little bit, we'd probably like to see her handle her front two a little better. She's probably a little straighter about her shoulder, which restricts her just a little bit as she gets out and travels. But again, I think a really nice female that represented that class quite well. The heifer that comes out of the last class is one, as Barry commented, is just really complete and really well balanced. One that just gives you enough body. Does she have as much as some of them out here? Probably not, as you look at her, but she's so long through her spine. She's so neatly designed up through her front end. And quite honestly, she's the soundest in terms of her structure as she gets out and travels. So again, we've got the second places on the other side certainly represent this division quite nicely. Again, as I've stated all day long, really good cattle all the way through. I'll show you the ones that we like the best within this division. And again, if you would please, around ringside, show these exhibitors, not necessarily Barry and I, but show them a nice round of applause, because they brought you a really good set of cattle. Thank you.
Third and final call, Class 11 and Class 12 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 11 and Class 12 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13, Chianina females. Second call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13, Chianina females. Your Class A results of your percentage Simmental females in first place, and also your Division III champion, goes to entry number 89, RPCMFM Stylish Love, J80, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, in your Reserve Division III champion, goes to entry number 126, J-Boy Tammy, 15J, exhibited by Tanner Green of Mayville, Michigan. In third place, entry number 90, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock. In fourth place, entry number 92, Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock. In fifth place, entry number 88, Trenipole Farms and Rebella Byans. In sixth place, Third and final call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Chianina females. Third and final call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Chianina females.
Well, here as we start getting into a little bigger classes with some more numbers and certainly quality from end to end in this class, certainly everyone each on down the line. I think there's some good heifer calves and they'll have a bright future ahead of them. But I think two exceptional ones here to start with. And if you look at both of these just in terms of that outline and profile, you see what we like. I think they're long fronted, they're deep sided, they got some substance and they're really smooth. And when we set them into motion, I think they're both really sound, and the way they get out and go and keep them feet right, I think they're really, and they still maintain that balance. And as we break the two down, I think the class winner, when you analyze these, there's just a little more base width, there's maybe a little more muscle shape and dimension down her top and through her hip and quarter, but I think one that just has a slight advantage that way. Now this heifer here in second, I think is going to have an awful good future ahead of her. I think one that's still green in terms of her condition, but that outline is super, super good. That way she is up through her front end. She's really long and square down that top, good from hooks to pins, sets down on an awesome hind leg. Just if we're comparing today, maybe not quite as much of her as our class winner in terms of that shape there through that hip and lower quarter, maybe base width, but I think a lot of that's going to come with some condition and some maturity. I think the heifer here in third most resembles those two in terms of her style and outline, one that's super good up through that front end. She's deep-sided as well, really good in her overall outline. Just when we set her in motion, she doesn't want to get out and go quite as well off that front end. She's a little straighter shouldered and a little more restricted the way she gets out and goes, one that's certainly good in terms of her outline as well. I think a really complete heifer here next that's coming in fourth, and in these two between fourth and fifth were a little bit of talk between Dad and I. I think though, and just in terms of her overall completeness is where this heifer lands. Really doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, but super good in terms of her structure and her lines and her outline. I think a heifer that's good in terms of her body, maybe not as deep as those heifers that come out, but I think just one that's fault-free, going to be a good cow on down the road. Super stout kind of heifer here that comes next, and really like an awful lot of things about this one. Gets in a really tough class as well. Big-footed and big-boned, big-hipped. One, though, that gives you an awesome profile. Just like to see that one a little softer in the center portion of her body as compared to the heifers ahead of her here today. Heifer that rounds out the class, again, one that you appreciate in terms of her performance. Good in her lines, big-topped and muscular. Just like to make that one a little bit more eye-appealing as the heifers ahead of her here today.
Results of Class 8 in your Chianina female show. In first place, entry number 7, J Salty SSC Miss Jessie J, 2234K, exhibited by Maddie Smith. In second place, entry number 6, Campbell Co. Jalen 3K, exhibited by Brody Hansen. In third place, entry number 5, Colton Wynn. In fourth place, entry number 2, Savannah Garrett. In fifth place, entry number 4, Delaney Moore. And in sixth place, entry number 3, Claire Chessman.
Well, over here on the low semi side, once again, a class amaze, and this is also your division in a really, really good class. A lot of quality, 5 cattle out here in this particular division and in this class, and there's quality all the way from top to bottom. And Donnie and I, we really, really like this heifer that we have on top. That's going to be your division champion. A lot of things we talked about today from the ground up. She's big-footed. Love the angulation she has to that knee, and she's really tucked in that shoulder very, very nice. She's got a tremendous amount of extension up through that front 1/3. Then she comes back and opens up into a big, bold rib cage, and she's just got that cow look for you. So we like that one a great deal. We put her in the motion, and she gets out and goes very, very nicely. Where I think she has an advantage over the 2 cattle that stand directly behind her is in how bold she is in her rib cage. And we'd like to change this heifer here in 2. Just as she comes out of her shoulder, she gets a little tighter right there in that forerib. But she's got so much quality up through that front 1/3. She's really deep through the center part of her body. I think that front 1/3 quality is where she excels the heifer that's going to come in the 3rd. We put her in the motion. She gets out and goes very, very nicely. So a really good heifer. Congratulations on champion in reserve in this particular division. We like this heifer here in 3. I think this is a heifer, when the gentleman gets her parked, you really have to like her. She's striking from the side. She gives you a good look. She's very attractive. She's a heifer that I'd like to extend from the point of her shoulder to her nose ever so slightly, and I'd like to loosen her up a little bit when we put her into motion as she exits the ring. You can watch her go, and we just like to see her go just a little freer and easier out here today. Then we come with the heifer next. That, again, has got a cow look for us. She's very attractive up through her front 1/3. She's a female that's got some muscle dimension and shape to her. We'd like to tuck that tail head down into her just a little bit and ultimately free her up on those hind 2 as she goes. She wants to get outside of herself ever so slightly. And there's a high-quality heifer that concludes this class, a female we'd just like to loosen up in her spine ever so slightly, but she's another one that's got a lot of volume, a lot of capacity about her. So that was a very good class, very good division. Give those division champions a round of applause, if you would, please.
Well, here on our key side, Donnie just commented over the rail. This is a good pair of heifers, and Dad and I agree. These 2 are flat good, and in terms of quality and balance and a lot of the things that we like. And there's some give and take between the 2 of these, and it's interesting to have them out here. I mean, both of them in terms of their outline and that body and their bone and their substance and that soundness that they have, they're both very, very similar. And so it's fun to get down and just and to be very, just very minor details that separate these 2. And I think the one that we chose to start the class just has maybe a slight advantage in terms of substance of bone and foot at this stage of the game. One that's just a little denser there as she carries from her shoulder back into her forward. When we set her in motion, she wants to handle that tail head just a little bit better and tuck it down in her more than our heifer in second. I think 2 really high-quality individuals here, and in that nice heifer there to start the class. I think the heifer here in second, like I said, just follows her in terms of type and kind and overall silhouette, that depth of body and sound structure. Just one, though, when we set her into motion, like to tuck that tail head down or just a little bit more in comparison to our class winner. That's being awful critical of a really good heifer there as well. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
First call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmentals. First call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental females. Results of class number 9 of your percentage Simmental females. Your first place and also Division 4 champion goes to entry number 94, BCR Time to Shine J80, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place and also your reserve champion Division 4 female goes to entry number 97, Stir My Heart and Soul 152J, owned by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. In third place, entry number 95, Brecklin Bloomberg and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. In fourth place, entry number 96, Gus Wilt. And in fifth place, entry number 98, Eric Flynn.
Here in our second division of the Key Show, and certainly getting into a few more numbers, like I said earlier, and in the depth of quality. This is fun to evaluate, and these cattle all out here. I think all four of these here out of these two classes, I think they'll each have a day in terms of when they're going to be overly competitive, and they'll be the force to be reckoned with at a show, because I think in terms of structure and look and balance, I think they're tremendously good in terms of that overall quality that they have in that show ring look. And just real quick as we go through, I think the heifers that started out of that first class, I think both of them paired up really well in terms of just that youthfulness and length and extension and sound structure. I'd said both of them in that class had that outline and that, and that overall look and that femininity that they have at this stage of the game. And, there's not a lot of difference in age between these heifers in the division, but I think both of them are youthful and maybe a little greener in terms of their condition here today, but got all the right pieces. And then I think as we got into our second class there, marches, as we talked, I think incredible in terms of quality and balance. And we don't get into measuring them too much at this stage of the game. We sort on quality, but I think both of these in terms of just having a little more density and just body and volume and just a little fuller and further along here today as comparison to our first class. I think these two are going to stick together in this division. Congratulations. They'll be our champion in reserve in our second calf division.
Second call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental females. Second call, class 13 and 14. First call, class 14, 15, and 16, Chianina females. First call, class 14, 15, and 16, Chianina females. Class 9 Chianina female results, and also your champion late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 9, J-Saw Looky Here, 2222K, owned by Sarah Sullivan. Your reserve champion late junior heifer calf in second place in Class 9 goes to entry number 11, J-Saw TSSC Who's Primo, 2122K, owned by Harrison Stouffer.
Well, again, a really nice class, and I'll get a little redundant again, but as we've worked through the classes today and just tried to pick quality and completeness and balance, and as you look at all of these heifers, these 5, they're really, really good. And I guess as we get through the midway of this show, I've been very impressed with that. We've had a lot of classes, and the cattle have been extremely good from front to rear, and as I've said earlier, where you place your priorities is where you need to go. We think the heifer that wins the class probably is a more cowy one in terms of her appearance. She's very fresh in her appearance. She's very deep in terms of her dimension. She's good and excuse me, she's good and square out through her hip, and she has a very nice balance and attractiveness up through her front end. She's probably a little truer in terms of the way she gets out and handles her front two versus the heifer that's in second. But again, I think a really, really nice heifer to lead off with in terms of maternal cow prospect. Good heifer coming here in you second. And again, on the standstill, you love the silhouette that she gives you, a female that's got some body and some spring to her rib. She's big-footed, she's big-boned. We would find her made just a little differently up through her front shoulder. We'd like to tighten her up just a little bit through that region. She wants to get, for us, maybe just a little straighter about her shoulder, which restricts her just a little bit off of her front too as she gets out and travels. But again, you love the body, the mass, the substance, and her kind. Gentleman's heifer coming in next. Again, you get behind her, you're certainly impressed with the muscle that she has, a female that's big-barreled and big-bodied. Maybe not the overall look in terms of completeness and balance as the other 2 heifers above her. She falls apart just a little bit down through her top when he gets her set up, but nonetheless, I think an awfully good female. Good heifer coming in next. Again, you like her body, you like her depth, you like her true spring of rib, maybe not the pizzazz that you see in the front runners within this class. We'd like to tone her down just a little bit, how she's made through that, back through that tail head. She gets a little weaker about her loin, if you will, in comparison, but a nice female. Certainly one that should make a good productive cow. We end up with a female, again, when we talk completeness and balance, just doesn't have it in comparisons with the front runners within this class. We'd like to change her the way she handles her hind two as she gets out and travels, but an awfully, awfully good class. Congratulations.
Second call, class 14, 15, and 16, Chianina females. Second call, class 14, 15, and 16. Third and final call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental females. Your Class 10 results in your percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 102. STCC PFK Miley 45J, owned by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 107, TJSC Diamond 124J, owned by Montana Holzmeyer of Harrod, Ohio. In third place, entry number 110, Glenny's McGurk. In fourth place, entry number 104, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and McKenna Hoppa. In fifth place, entry number 103, Barrett Evans.
Well, here in our February class on our key side, and three very high quality heifers, and maybe just not a clear cut answer in a way to line it up. But I think, you know, as we discuss these and give and take, and I think, like we said earlier, I think there's one thing that we always place above all in terms of preferences, and that's soundness. And I think as we evaluate these heifers, I think this heifer that starts off the class just in terms of looseness of build and structure and that way she handles her hind leg, she's the longest strided when she gets out and goes, and she's the most relaxed in her top as we set her in motion. From there, she gets really good in terms of her overall presence and style as we evaluate her there. Certainly gives a good look when that young lady gets her parked and gets a good profile in that show ring look. Now, as comparison to our heifer in second, she's maybe not quite as full in her forerib and the way she blends back from her shoulder back into her rib cage, but I think that one's green and certainly got a good future ahead of her here. The one in second, I think, does have an advantage the way she is, smoother from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's a little bit fuller down through there. A heifer that, again, is really good in terms of her overall style and presence and balance that she has just when we set her in motion, and she's got so much length of body, I think that it's almost at a disadvantage for her because she doesn't quite get out and fill that track and go, and she just wants to be a good foot there shorter than meeting her track. But I think that's where the deciding factor is between those two. The heifer in third, I think, is really good just in terms of her overall maternal build and makeup and depth of body and function. That's going to be a whale of a cow. I think that one's just fault-free in terms of her completeness. I think one that has a tremendous amount of body and a good look as well. Maybe not quite as flashy and have that overall show ring appeal as those two heifers ahead of her, but I think a good functional breeding piece for on down the road.
Well, over here on the low semi side, really high quality pair of heifers we have out here, and we're going to leave them the way they came in. And the young lady's heifer here on top, you know, just a female that's striking in terms of how attractive she is when she gets in here and she gets her set up. From the point of her shoulder forward, we really like how attractive this one is. She's tremendously long. She's a tremendously long-sided female, and we really like that about her. She's one. We put her in the motion. She goes out and it gets out and goes really nicely for us here today. When we compare it to the heifer that is going to come second, I think there's just more width, more dimension, a a little more volume and capacity throughout that rib cage and all the way back from hooks to pins. I think her pin set's a little bit wider than the heifer we have coming here in 2. But we like this heifer in 2. She's a female that fits what we've done today. She's got that really cowy look. We like this one's rib cage. She's not quite as long-sided as our class winner. Really like the udder development on this one. She's going to have a really nice udder when she gets into production. She probably excels our class winner in terms of the way her udder looks here today. But those are 2 high-quality heifers. We like both of them really, really well. Give them a round of applause if you would.
Results of Class 11 in your percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 119, R.J. Horde 112J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. In second place, entry number 120, Wallace Travel Gal 172J, owned by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky.
Well, an exceptional class of January's here, and 2 really good ones here to start off with. And as we evaluate these, I think tremendous in terms of quality. And the heifer here that starts the class, I think just in terms of that overall look that she has and that center sweep of body, and just maintaining that softer look and just a little bit more relaxed in her top when she gets set in motion comes to the top for us. I think one that's striking in that front end, still maintains that look and that balance. She's a little bit more relaxed and looser in the center portion of her back when she gets out and goes. Heifer here in second, I think I prefer in terms of that length from hooks to pins. She's maybe just a little bit squarer out of that tail head. A heifer, though, that gives you a really good look and that extra length that she has there. Still, as we compare back to our class winner, I'd like just to see her just keep just a little bit more depth there through the center portion of her body. And then maybe when we set her in motion, she tends to just want to tuck that just a little bit more than our class winner does. But I think one certainly good in terms of quality overall look that she has as well. Young ladies heifer here that comes next gets in a really tough class. I think one that's certainly got some quality as well. She's smooth through that shoulder and good in her lines. Maybe just like to soften that one up in terms of her overall depth of body as well. Maybe strengthen her up on those hind legs, but I think one that's certainly got a place as well on down the road as a good breeding piece.
as we get ready to pick our second division here, I mean, I think we've got 4 outstanding heifers out here. Things we like about all 4 of them, that they really excel, kind of animals that Andrew and I would like to have at home, and Bruce, my brother, what we like to look at and what we like to have. You know, I think the heifers out of the first class here, I mean, terribly striking. I mean, they're big-bodied, they're good-footed, they get around good. But I think Andrew and I kind of came down to where we, just the power and the density of these 2 heifers back here and the way they get around the ring. So we're going to use the heifer out of the second class to be your champion, and then her second place to be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
Second call, class 14, 15, and 16, Chianina females. Second call, class 14, 15, and 16. Results of Class 10 of your Chianina females. In first place, entry number 19, Farah, exhibited by Kylie Barker. In second place, entry number 14, TSSC Who's Playing Who, 2026K, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe. In third place, entry number 16, Kaylee Jennings. Your Class 11 results. In first place, entry number 22, JSOL TSSC Miss Kimmy K, 2127K, exhibited by Kathy Lehman. In second place, entry number 23, BMW Fry Lucy 109K, exhibited by Weingartner Kilgaman Show Cattle. In third place, entry number 20, Conky Show Cattle.
Well, a single entry December here, and certainly one that can stand some competition as well. I think one that's just overall completeness and good in her lines and look good and level down that top. She's got enough body, and when we get her set in motion as well, she gets out and goes and travels well off of both ends just the same. I think one that can certainly stand some competition. We'll evaluate her more when she comes back for division. Congratulations on your class winner.
Third and final call, class 14, 15, and 16, Chianina females. Third and final call, class 14, 15, and 16. Your champion early junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 22, JSOL TSSC Miss Kimmy K, 2127K, exhibited by Kathy Lehman. Your reserve champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 23, BMW Fried Lucy 109K, owned by Weingartner and Klingeman Show Cattle. Your Class 12 result in your Chianina female show. In first place, entry number 24, Lad Juanita 214J, owned by Macy Scher.
another single entry here on our key side, and I think one that's super attractive up through that front end and really good in her lines, and really when you get over the top of her, bold sprung in that rib cage and got some rib and dimension and some width that way. One that's really square from her hooks to pins and comes down there to that hind leg really well. Another one that certainly can stand some competition. We'll bring her back here for division in a minute and evaluate her even closer.
Well, again, over on this side, really a nice set of cattle, and I know I've said it, and a lot of times it's probably judge speech, but this is really a good class all the way down to the end. There's heifers middle of the way down towards the end that certainly would be competitive at a lot of shows, and that's a compliment to you as breeders and exhibitors. And we always have to be positive. I mean, if you're not positive about this class of cattle just in terms of their depth, then I think something's wrong, because they're awfully good. But we got a good one to start with, and one that hits your eye pretty quick when she walks in. Again, you love her striking pose as she stands there as you're looking at her. You love her body, her depth, her spring of rib. She's certainly got enough muscle from behind. Love her out her hip, and I think that's where she excels over some of the ones that are behind her. Maybe just to get critical, if you were to change her just a little bitty bit, you might want to see her just handle her front two just a little bit differently, and it's not terrible, but maybe just kind of wants to wing out just a little bit as she gets out and travels. And a little bit I think that has to do with she just really not wanting to get out and reach and walk out here today, but nonetheless, I think that's an awfully good one to lead off. We moved this heifer up from our first pull, and again, she gets there just in terms of her stoutness, her boldness of rib, but more importantly, compared to the heifer that's behind her, the way she's made from her hooks to pins. Is she the cleanest one out here in terms of that lower brisket? No, but she's got a nice length about her front end. She's got a nice shoulder placement about her, and again, just in terms of her body, her depth, her capacity, she's big boned, she's big footed, and she goes second today. The heifer that comes out next, again, here's one that you like her in terms of her body depth and her true spring of rib that she has. She's not quite, she's made a little neater and tighter down through her brisket, but we don't see her to be quite as long out and extended out through her front end. But where we would be most critical of her only in comparisons with the front runners is we'd like to change the way she's made out through her hip. Again, a big boned, big footed female that certainly has a tremendous amount of quality. The heifer coming in fourth is somewhat similar in her kind of design. Again, you like her rib shape, you like her kind. Maybe not the overall flank that you see in some of the heifers that are above her. She gets a little bit weaker in her loin. We'd like to just jack her up a little bit maybe in her tail head in comparisons, but nonetheless, I think an awfully good female that stands in that position quite nicely. Heifer coming at you next. Again, you like her boldness of rib shape, you like her kind. She too is nicely presented out through her hip and back through her hind leg. She's not as good in terms of her femininity and refinement, I guess, up through her front 1/3. She's a little bolder about her shoulder, which makes her just a little weaker in that area, but again, I think an awfully good female. As we end on down the class, again, we've talked about cattle that are really good in their own kind, a few differences in terms of condition, a few differences in terms of soundness, but again, I think an awfully good class of females through and through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Here on our key side, only 2 heifers here altogether in our senior calf division, and I think I'm glad to get them out here and be able to compare them back and forth, because I thought both of them were really good in terms of quality in their classes and on their own out there, and I think it's more fun here as we get them out and get to evaluate them and compare back and forth. And the heifer out of our first class, like I said in there, and the longer she's out here, the better she looks. Just super complete. No bells and whistles in any one way, but I think just one that her overall build and completeness and structure and just that lines and uniform that she has, I think gets her a long way, and I really appreciate that about her. The heifer out of our second class, I think one that is super striking. This one up through her front end is just a little neater and a little more attractive, and just super good up through that front end and neck the way she is. She's really bold sprung and got some width there over her top. But with that, you know, when we set her into motion, she maybe doesn't get out and go quite as well off that front end, and maybe doesn't relax her top near as well as the heifer out of the first class. Like to see her just a little more uniform from her chest back into her flank, and I think that's where our December heifer has an advantage. Our December heifer is going to win this division. Our second class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
First call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females. First call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena. Your Class 12 results. In first place, entry number 124, J. Saul Danga, 1053J, owned by Claire Dorsey of Morrow, Illinois. In second place, entry number 135, J-Boy Tammy Consuelo, 182J, owned by Gabriella Tabo of Idaville, Indiana. In third place, entry number 133, Kathy Lehman. In fourth place, entry number 132, Tim Schaefer, Show Cattle and Taylor Poff. In fifth place, entry number 130, Shearpoint Farm. In sixth place, entry number 173, Cale Robinson. In seventh place, entry number 131, Woodlawn Show Cattle and Circle T Farms. In eighth place, entry number 134, Turner Longaker. First call, Class 17, Chianina females. First call, Class 17, Chianina females to the makeup arena.
Well, over here on the Sim Solutions side, class of Januaries, and again, the quality don't disappoint us whatsoever out here. And Donnie and I think this pair up top is really, really close. There's just some subtle differences between them. We're going to use the gentleman's heifer up top here. I think she's just a little fresher in terms of her overall makeup. We think she's a little looser made, maybe a little more extended out through that front 1/3 as we compare her to the heifer in second. She's a female that's got a lot of volume and a lot of capacity. I don't think she's quite as full right behind her shoulders as the heifer that comes in 2, but she's a female. When we put her in the motion, we think she's just a little looser made and just, as I said, just a little fresher through the front 1/3 as we compare her to the heifer in second. The heifer in second, we love her from her shoulders back. I mean, she's stout and powerful, really big down her top, carries it all the way back to a level hip, and she's really wide in that pin set. Tremendous in terms of her underline and her volume and capacity that she has. Just a really, really nice heifer. Like I say, we'd like to extend her through that front 1/3, maybe freshen her up ever so slightly. The heifer that comes in 3, now this one's stout. You get behind her and her pins sit out there nice and wide. She's really level in terms of her pins. But with that, she gets just a little coarser about her overall makeup for us. As we compare her to the 2 cattle ahead of her, she's got just a little more chest. Doesn't quite give you that look that those 2 heifers do up front. Good looking heifer coming here in 4. She's really straight in her lines. She's a female that gets out and goes really, really nicely. We'd like to just tone her tail head down a little bit, set that back into her ever so slightly, but very, very high quality female. We conclude with a baldy face female here that we'd like to loosen up when we put her in the motion, but a heifer that's got some volume and capacity about her.
Your Class 13 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 141, J-Boy Tammy, exhibited by Wade Spencer of Logan, Iowa. In second place, entry number 146, S&S Knows No Limits 1014J, exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina. In third place, entry number 140, Jamie Hoblin. In fourth place, entry number 144, Jadalyn Stadler. And in fifth place, entry number 148, Kyra Moore. Second call, all champion, reserve champion, percentage Simmental females. Second call, all champion and reserve champion, percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena.
Really another high quality class and some give and take here in an automatic intermediate division, but I think maybe where we land is the cow of the bunch. I think as we get this young lady's heifer out here, and just in terms of completeness and being pretty fault free and that overall body and build and depth that she has, just super good in terms of her overall completeness and smoothness. Still, when we get her set into motion, she gets out and goes and tracks really well off of both ends. Just one that I think is super good just in terms of that and cow power on down the road. And I think that advantage and depth of body is where she comes over our heifer here in second. Now, I think there's a lot of things about this heifer in second that we really like. She's super good in terms of her outline. She's long up through that front end, and the way she comes back, she's good as well in terms of structure and that squareness out of her hip and down to her hind leg. Just as we compare back to our class winner, she's maybe not as deep in the center portion of her body. I think another month or two on down the road, and this one gets a little heavier in calf, I think she gives that first one all that she can handle. The young lady's heifer here coming next in third. She's doing an awesome job with her, and I think this one certainly it was in consideration too as we sorted through those top 3, and I think she's got a really good one here as well. I think she's super good up through that front end. She's really good in terms of that balance that she has as well, especially when that young lady gets her stuck like that. just as we compare to the two ahead of her. I'd just like to see her a little deeper and a little more uniform, especially there from that navel back into her flank. I think another one with just a little more time is going to be awfully competitive as well. Young man gets in a tough class, and I think this one is really good in terms of cow power as well. Tremendous in terms of depth of body and that mass and rib and performance that she has at this stage of the game. She looks like she's far along in calf as well. Just like to loosen that one up off her front end structure to get her any higher. Another one that's big and bold and got some power here as well, rounding out the class. She's big boned and got some thickness there through that rear end. Just like to maybe make her a little softer, maybe make her a little transition a little smoother from that shoulder back into a forewhip. Great class of heifers there from end to end. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, those of you standing and sitting around ringside, I would really appreciate if you would show these folks in this division a nice round of applause, please. You know, they work hard, and the judging part of this is the smallest part of what happens here at these shows, and certainly the folks in the ring are the one that you need to be proud of the most, and this is truly an exceptional good set of cattle all the way through, and I commend you as breeders and exhibitors just on a tremendous set of cattle. The heifer that comes out of the first class, again, you just love her femininity, you love her kind. She's one that's got cow written all over her that, you know, her best days are ahead of her, and obviously she's in competition out here, and she's a contender, not a pretender, and certainly has a lot of good things about her. Love her swoop that she has, love her body, her belly, her thickness, her mass, very feminine. Her best attribute is the way she gets out and travels, and that's one that's awfully sound and true in terms of her movement. The heifer behind her, again, does a lot of good things. Love her from the standstill and the silhouette. Like her body, her depth, her capacity, the spring of rib that she has. She's good out her hip and good in terms of her structure and gets out and moves quite well. The heifer that comes in next, again, and it's hard to find any faults really in these, and so we're talking the good things, and this one's awfully good, and again, body and depth and capacity and just true spring of rib that she has. Again, you like her out her hip. Obviously, there's some differences. She may not be quite as long as some of the ones in front of her, but again, that's an awfully good heifer standing in front of me, and one that certainly is a contender as well. The heifer that come out of the last class, a very tough class, and a lot of them, they've been tough today, and we didn't expect anything else, but you love her body, you love her rib shape, you stand behind her, you like the true spring of rib that she has, and you love her muscling, and again, just a tremendous good female. And you look at the seconds over there, and a lot of those, I'm sure, have won major shows around, and will continue to do so, and again, make tremendous cows. So for us in picking this division, it comes down to a few things, and just, you know, as we talked earlier, structural correctness, integrity, and just body depth and capacity. And with that said, we'll go out and find you the two that you like best. And it's certainly, I don't have much of an ego, so it doesn't hurt my feelings if you like other ones, and I know you probably will, because I get how this system works. But nonetheless, my congratulations to these exhibitors. We'll show you the two that we like the best.
In your Division 5 percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 119, R.J. Horn, 112J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 120, Wallace Travel Gal, 172J, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. This is your third and final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena.
Well, over on the Sim Solutions side, and a single entry, and the easiest thing to always say is that she sure could use some competition, but that's quite true with this one. Here's a good one, folks, and one that has a lot of quality about her. Again, as we talked throughout today, love her body depth and her capacity, like her out through her front end, a female that's good through her hip, big enough bone, big enough footed for us, one that certainly has a world of future ahead of her, one that I like quite well. Congratulations, young lady, on a nice female.
In your Class 14 winner and your Division 6 champion in your percentage Simmental female show goes to entry number 149, STCC Serena's Gift, 173, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana.
Well, really an outstanding pair of April females here in an automatic division, and I think tremendous quality in both of these. And certainly, I think as we sit and evaluate them, and then you go back and forth between the two, and there's minor differences that separate them. But the black and white heifer for us, and simply put, I think as Dad and I discussed them, she's just a little more our kind. I think one that's a little bit flatter through her shoulders. She's a little deeper in the center portion of her body, carries that depth really well back through that flank. Really like her overall muscle shape and the way she handles that, really feminine about that. We'd like to see her get out and reach just a little bit longer off them hind legs. I think one that she's tricky because sometimes when she relaxes and settles down, she meets that track, but I understand how when those big heifers get going, sometimes they don't get it all the way either. And so But that being said, our heifer here in second's got an awful lot of things about her that are really that we really like as well. She's good and long up through that front end. She's big topped. She's big hipped. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of bone. And when we compare back to our class winner, I'd like to lay her in just a little smoother in her shoulder. She's maybe a little more upright in that design through that shoulder as our class winner. And then, like I said, I think our class winner just had a little bit more depth there through the center portion of her body and carried that back. And that's not taking anything away from this one. I think this one is certainly competitive as well. One that's really good up through that front end and that design. I like an awful lot of things about her as well. Congratulations to those two exhibitors and those April heifers on this automatic division.
Now entering the ring is a selection of your grand champion percentage Simmental female show. Contestants include entry number 15, Sturtzball Cattle Company of Louisville, Ohio. Entry number 57, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Taylor Poff of Hagerstown, Ohio. Entry number 89, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Entry number 94, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Entry number 119, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And finally, entry number 149, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Middleton, Indiana. Your Class 14 Chianina females, your class winner and also your champion summer yearling goes to entry number 32, Law QB, exhibited by Landry Warnock. Your reserve champion summer yearling in second place in class goes to entry number 35, TSSC She's So Sassy 1094J, exhibited by Emily Jones. In third place, entry number 31, Laramie Barker. In fourth place, entry number 38, Cade Banter. And in fifth place, entry number 33, Colton Wynn. Your Class 15 results and also your champion late spring yearling Chianina female goes to entry number 43, MPJ WC Fetty's Finest 146J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Your reserve champion late spring yearling goes to entry number 41, DSSF Candy Cane 106J, exhibited by Emma Yoakum.
really another outstanding pair here in our key show, and I can see why the numbers aren't very good, and there aren't a lot of them, because in these last couple divisions, I'd see why a lot of people want to go home. These things are really good, and they're tough to compete with. And so with that being said, I think there's some give and take between these two heifers, but maybe the one that I read is a little bit leaner and a little fresher in her condition, maybe a little longer fronted, and then when she gets out and goes, maybe just, you know, that leanness maybe allows her to get out of that shoulder and move with just a little more reach and authority out of that front end. And I think that's where she has an advantage over our heifer in second. Oh, this heifer, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to tuck her chest back up in her a little bit. She's getting a little more skin and a little fuller there down there in that lower portion, but I read her is still a little bit trimmer up through the front or towards the top end of her neck. I think that one just super sound and got a lot of good to her as well. Not to take anything away from this heifer in second, I think this one is certainly good, and you appreciate the overall mass and body and volume, and I think both of these heifers, just in terms of their balance and body and cow power that they possess, are both really appealing, and they're attractive and got a lot of good to her. Like I said before, I'd just like to see that one get out with just a little bit longer stride out of her front end, maybe lean her up through her front end as compared to our class winner. Really nice pair of heifers there in that division. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 17, Chianina females. Third and final call, Class 17, Chianina females to the makeup arena.
Well, folks, over on the Sim Solution side, as we prepare to pick you a couple champions, and again, my congratulations to all the exhibitors. We're not going to bore you with a long, drawn-out speech. We'll save our thank yous and all that stuff towards the end of the day, but I think Barry and I, one thing that we have agreed upon today is that these have been awfully good cattle, and regardless, and I know I say this a lot, but regardless of your favorites or my favorites, I think you'd have to agree with me that these are awfully good cattle. They're good looking. They represent, I think, the show ring well, but just as importantly, and maybe more importantly, I think they represent what these cattle are gonna make you and turn you into dollars 2 and 3 years down the road. And so, for us, it's been quite simple. We don't it's not rocket science. We just try to find the ones that have some completeness and balance, ones that are structurally sound and true in terms of their movement, and still show you a nice maternal and a cow look with still some punch and some power. And so we do this a lot back in Yukon, America, just in terms of sorting cattle and getting ready for sales and whatnot. And it's pretty simple. You just try to find the best ones within the groups, regardless if it's a show or at home, making your sales selections. And we think that these cattle represent just good, solid cattle. So with that said, again, as I said earlier, you know, we're not, the two of us aren't the most important people here today. It's you, the breeders and the exhibitors in this group, not only this group, but everyone that's been out here in this arena today. So with that said, we'll go pick you a couple champions. If you would, please show your appreciation to them with a nice round of applause. Thank you.
And your grand champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 119, RJ Horde, 112J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve grand champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 120, Wallace Travel Gal 172J, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Congratulations. The American Simmental Association would like to recognize the 2021 to 2022 Ring of Champions Percentage Simmental Award winners. Would the winners of the 2021 to 2022 Ring of Champions Percentage Simmental winners please come to the picture backdrop? The Ring of Champions program was built to recognize these cattle that have been consistently successful at American Simmental's major progress through performance shows, which include the American Royal, Northern American International Livestock Exposition, Cattlemen's Congress, National Western Stock Show, and the Fort Worth Stock Show. The lengths these cattlemen and women go in order to exhibit and showcase their genetics is truly admirable. Their skill in the off-season of selecting the appropriate cattle to show, the work behind the scenes to prepare the cattle for their full potential visually, the expense to travel all these distances to compete in the greatest venues while consistently placing at the top is certainly something that should be recognized. We are proud of these cattle that carry the Sim Genetics brand. These champions represent us all very well. The final standings in the PDP Ring of Champions and your percentage Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number STCC Serena's Gift 173, owned by Harley Sargent and David Smith, and Trenopole Farms and Mercedes Ferree. Second goes to Sell Trixie 105H, owned by Chase Harker. Third goes to HCCO Daffodil 493J, exhibited by Morgan Jackson. Your percentage Simmental bulls. In first goes to CSG Winchester 376H, owned by Elmore Cattle Services, XTB Cattle Company, Copeland and Sons, Paulson Cattle, B&K Farm, and Ivy and Sons. In second, Harker's Unleashed, owned by JS Simmentals, Minert Show Cattle, and Chase Harker. In third, All FCF Hot Topic 99H, owned by Adcock Land and Livestock and Four Corners Farms. Congratulations, percentage Simmental exhibitors. First call, class 15, 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, class 15, 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental bulls to the makeup arena.
Another outstanding set of heifers here in our key ring. And as I was remarking to Dad, you know, these big heifers, they all look so good. And when you get them stopped and on the stand, I think every one of them's really attractive from end to end. And they got some balance, and that's how good everybody is at getting these things, you know, presented and put together and, you know, and hit that silhouette that they need and such good care at home. But I think, you know, I've always joked about I just make them make laps and sort them on soundness and that look and that maintaining and, you know, still being able to get out and go and maintain that look. And so I think that this heifer that wins the class, and she does that. She maintains that balance when she's set in motion. She gets out and goes off both ends really well and is truly flexible. And then when we get her on the stand, she gives you that awesome look and that profile and that depth of body and that show ring appeal that we like. Really a good heifer there to start this class out with. The heifer here coming next, I think, is a little different in terms of type and kind. I think she's one that's super, super powerful and just huge in that hip. Really big, powerful hind leg. She still gives you that good balanced look. Maybe not as neat as an attractive and laid up through that shoulder, or quite as good up through that chin as our class winner, but I think that one's got a whale of good as well in terms of just that overall power and flexibility when she gets out and goes as well. One that's got a lot of good and power as far as a breeding piece goes on down the road. Young lady's heifer here coming next. I think one that's super attractive in terms of that front end and the way she lays in through that shoulder. She's good and deep through the center portion of her body. Excellent in terms of her lines, but when this one gets out and goes, she doesn't want to reach quite as well off that front end. Maybe gets just a little more stiff and upright and doesn't want to reach out and go, but I think that one in terms of profile is really, really good. I think that same can be said for this heifer that follows her next. I think one that's cowy and functional and complete. When we just compare these two back and forth, I think this one gets out and goes just all right, but one that I think maybe just doesn't have quite as good of a ring presence as the heifer ahead of her, but I think rib shape and depth of body and that squareness out through her hip, you really appreciate a lot about her as well. Young man's got a nice one here that rounds out the class, got some depth of body. She's good and straight down that top. Just like to neaten her up in terms of that overall ring presence to get her any higher today.
Results of Class 17 of your Chianina females. In first place, and also your champion junior yearling, goes to entry number 57, Preston's Ethel, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. And your reserve champion junior yearling goes to entry number 51, TSSC CRKS, Who's Looking Now, exhibited by Samantha Podzemek. In third place, entry number 54, Mackenzie Neal. In fourth place, entry number 53, Emily Jones. And in fifth place, entry number 50, Wyatt Shin. Second call, Class 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental Bulls. Second call, Class 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental Bulls.
Well, over on the Sim Solution side, as we get started, excuse me, in our bull show, and two really nice bulls to start this show off, and both, I think, complement each other quite nicely. The bull that's the most complete, the most balanced, the most fault-free in his kind, I think, is the bull that wins the class. You like him through his center portion of his body. You like him out through his neck, head, neck, and shoulder region. He gets around the ring very, very sound and true. Really a nice calf. The calf that's in second, like his body depth, like his capacity, he's probably got just a little bit more muscle from behind than the bull that wins the class, but he's not quite as neat and tidy up through his shoulder and through his front end. Maybe just a little shorter sided than the bull that wins, but a nice class of bulls to get started. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental Bulls. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental Bulls. This is your first call, Class 19, 20, and 21% Simmental Bulls. First call, Class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental Bulls. Your Class 15 percentage Simmental Bull results: in first place, entry number 151, Handyman 2229K, exhibited by King Cattle Company of Perrysville, Indiana. In second place, entry number 152, PFLP Diesel, exhibited by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky.
Well, here on your SEM Solution side, we got a February bull up here that's going to win the class. to me or to Donnie and I, this bull, just in terms of overall quality, excels the bull that's in second. We like how attractive this bull is up through his front 1/3, how high that neck ties on the top side of that shoulder. Both bulls we'd maybe like to loosen up just a little bit in terms of their structure, but this bull's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape and dimension to him. We really appreciate that about him. Really good place to start in this particular class. The bull that comes second, he's also a bull that's got some width and dimension. You get behind him, he's really square out through his from hooks to pins, and he's a bull. We'd like to change the design a little bit of them, his rear pasterns and hock, just to see him get along a little better. But he's a young bull that's got good testicular development, and I think he's going to go on and make a good herd bull for that young man.
Second call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Your class 16 results: in first place, entry number 156, RF Havoc, KO8, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. In second place, entry number 155, MF Lead the Way, exhibited by Mimer Farms of Mount Gilead, Ohio.
Well, this certainly is very exciting. We come to this point of our key show, and you know, as we've gone through and had more numbers here, I think as we got into our heifers, certainly incredible in terms of quality, and as we go through, hopefully you can see the kind of cattle that Dad and I prefer and what we like to raise back in NAILE's, and it's cattle that are above all else sound and have some attractiveness and femininity about them, and that's what we strive to do, and that's the way we try to make our Angus. And as we go through, I think that hopefully you could follow along with what we tried to do and the kind of cattle that we like, and find some good in these. And I think, though, as a key breed, you certainly should be just excited about the quality of cattle that you've brought to us today, and it's been exciting for us to go ahead and sort through them. I know we've still have the ChiAngus females, but as we get here, I just wanted to take a second to thank everybody for the opportunity, and you know, as we come to the selection of our champion heifer, you know, I said the other day that you know, I've had the opportunity to lead cattle down that ramp for the last 27 years, and you know, and since I was a young kid, and I remember that first trip that we made down here with my dad, and you know, it was a special place. It was different than all the other shows. It was, you're going to the North American, and you're going to show on the green shavings, and back then the Angus meeting was here, and you were going to meet all the big breeders and all the show strings and all the cattle, you know, the who's who, and the cattle that were anything were here. And you know, so it's a special place. And you know, I made the comment to my daughters the other night before the Angus show, you know, it's a special opportunity to lead a champion down that ramp. And so anytime you get to judge here, and like D-Rob said on the other side earlier, you know, it's not about the judges, it's about the exhibitors and the cattle and the people that brought them in here. You know, I'm fortunate to have grown up and, you know, getting to do this, and a big reason of that's because of my dad. So, you know, it's a special honor to be able to judge cattle on the green shavings. It's even more special to be able to do it with your dad. So with that being said, Dad's going to go select your champion. Want to thank you for the opportunity. Been an outstanding show here. I'm sure looking forward to the ChiAngus as well. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. We'll go show you the two that we like.
well over on the Sim Solution side in this first division of bulls, and it's close out here. And unfortunately, I guess for each exhibitor, there's quite a bit of an age difference within these two. You got a May down here on this end and a February on the other end, and there's a lot of good things about this bull calf that's up here on this end. As we talked to him in class, love his front end and love his sleekness about his shoulder. I like his body size. He's got some depth of rib and spring of rib. He's very sound. He's very good in his joints. Where he's not as good is in terms of his thickness, only in comparisons with the older bull behind him. But this is an awfully good calf that I think, as you project him down the road, has a tremendous future ahead of him. The bull right behind him, again, is one that we talked in terms of power. You get behind him, he's certainly tremendously made in terms of his built and thick-ended, long and square through his hip, through his top. You like him. He's not as probably as attractive up through his front end, but again, this is a bull and he's looking like a bull. And if you were to change him, you might like to have him just a little bit more heart, maybe just a little bit more flank in comparisons with this calf on the other side. But again, little disadvantage in terms of the age difference for us. I think we have to use the more powerfully constructed bull. You'll be the champion of this division, young lady, followed by your first class in the first class. Congratulations.
And your grand champion Chianina female in your open show goes to entry number 57, Preston's Ethel E.T., exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve grand champion Chianina female goes to entry number 9, Jason Looky Here, 2222K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second call, class 1920 and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, class 1920 and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. ChiAngus females. First call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. ChiAngus females to the makeup arena.
Well, here on your SEM Solutions side, really nice class of bulls, and I think Donnie and I think really, really logical place to start in this particular class. This bull, he just very striking when you get off and view him from the side, and when you start analyzing him from the ground up, he's big-footed. His angulation of his shoulder and his knee and his hock are all good, which allows him to get out and move about the ring really, really well. He's really square from hooks to pins. Just a really nice bull. And then this bull here, when we look at him on paper, he's in the top 50% of your breed in a lot of the traits that you got. So not only phenotypically does he suit us, on paper he's maybe as good as we've seen here all day, so I commend that exhibitor on that. The bull coming in two is a powerful bull. He's really thick, and when you get back behind him and view him down through his stifle, he's not as square from hooks to pins as the bull that wins the class. He's really extended up through his front 1/3, but he's not as neat in terms of his design of his front end. He gets a little more leather up there, if you will, but a powerful bull that's really good in terms of his structure. I think that's very, very useful as we see him going forward to make a herd bull. We chose to use the red bull next, I think just in terms of structure. I think he gets out and goes better than the bull that we have here in 4. He's a bull that's really thick down his top. He wants a roll in that hip a little bit, tuck his hind legs under him when he goes. We'd like to square him up there, but a very powerful bull. As is the bull we conclude the lineup with. He's stout, he's powerful, but just gets a little more upright in his shoulder, a little straighter on those hind 2 for us here today.
Second call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. ChiAngus female. Second call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. ChiAngus females. Entry number 9 to the makeup arena. Once again, entry number 9, ChiAngus females to the makeup arena. Third and final call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Your Division I champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 156, RF Havoc KO8, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 151, Handyman 2229K, exhibited by King Cattle Company of Perrysville, Indiana. Your Class 17 results: in first place, entry number 162, WHF JS CCS Woodford J01, exhibited by Wayward Hill Farm and JS Simmentals of Prairie City, Iowa. In second place, entry number 159, WCC RRF Reflection 1170J, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas. In third place, entry number 161, Hallie Dilliard and Wayward Hill Farm. In fourth place, entry number 163, Madison Metzger.
Single entry in our class here, and this will be an automatic division champion, so my congratulations to this exhibitor and his team. But really a nice bull, and one that certainly I think would have looked good out here with others surrounded around him. But like his body, like his depth, like his spring of rib, like his shoulder placement, he's awfully attractive and true and fresh appearing up through his front end. Certainly got enough adequate muscle and thickness for us when you view him from behind. Big stout bone, big-footed, kind of gets out and moves relatively free and easy, and one that, to be honest with you, we look forward to seeing him back out here in our championship lineup. Congratulations.
This time we'd like to recognize your 2022 National Champion Livestock Judging Team of your 4-H division, the Cherubusco Livestock Judging Team from Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Your Division II champion in your percentage Simmental Bull show goes to entry number 162, WHF JS Woodford J01, exhibited by Wayward Hill Farms and JS Simmentals of Prairie City, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 159, WCC RRF Reflection 1170J, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas. Your Class 18 results and also your Division III Champion Bull goes to entry number 164, River Bluff Cattle Company of Neatnik, Illinois. Third and final call, Class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, ChiAngus females. Third and final call, Class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, ChiAngus females. ChiAngus female, entry number 16 to the makeup arena. ChiAngus female, entry number 16 to the makeup arena.
Nice class of bulls, and again, we've got 2 bulls, but this will be a division champion, so congratulations to both of you exhibitors. But interesting calf that wins this division, and one that's certainly, you know, if muscle and power is something that is very important to you, then you should probably look him up, because he certainly has that tremendous in terms of his muscle pattern, and he carries it down through his stifle. He's a little bolder about his shoulder, but my goodness, as much muscle that he has, you're going to have just a little bit of that, I guess, in my opinion. He's very sound and true and mobile about the move straight down through his top, and one that has enough body for us. Good bull that comes out next. Again, you like his body, you like his dimension, you like him up through his front end. His shoulder may lay into him just a little tidier and neater than the bull that wins the class, but he's not as good out through his hip, and we'd like to change him in that area, give him just a little bit more forerib and flank, but again, a very nice bull that is your reserve division. So my congratulations to you exhibitors.
Results of Class 19 of your percentage Simmental Bulls. Your class winner and also your Division 4 champion goes to entry number 166, Maverick, exhibited by Bloomberg Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Porter Cattle of Greencastle, Indiana. Your second place in Class 19 and Reserve Division 4 champion goes to entry number 165, TMCK Hendricks 845J, exhibited by Liliana Partwood, Bowling Cattle Company, and Toll Show Cattle of Versailles, Kentucky.
Well, here in the low semi side, two really good bulls, and they're sure enough different in their type and kind. And Donnie and I are going to use the bald-faced bull up front here. Bull's got a lot of power. I think he's just a little more powerful than the bull that comes in second. I think there's a little more natural depth and curvature to the rib cage to this bull. We think he's got a decided advantage when we view their testicle development and size at this stage right now. The bull in second concerns us a little bit just in the size of his testicles. So we're going to use the gentleman's bull here to win. I think he's powerful. I think he's a long-bodied bull. I think he's a bull that's going to go out and breed a lot of cows and put a lot of power into them. If you want to put a look into your cattle, I think you could take a peek at this bull here in second, because he is the more attractive bull when you get off and view him from the side. He's very attractive up through that front 1/3. As I stated, I'd like to see just a little bigger set of testicles on him here today. He's a bull that's got some width and dimension down his top, very powerful out through his hip. Two good bulls in that particular class.
Single entry on the Sim Solution bull side, and again, one that certainly has a lot of quality. Again, as we've talked throughout the day, just about good cattle and balance and completeness and symmetry. He certainly shows you that. Good out his hip, back through his hind leg, nice and smooth through his shoulder. Really like this calf as he gets out and travels. We'll talk about him a little bit when we bring him back out here for your championship drive, but a good calf.
Results of Class 20 of your percentage Simmental Bulls. In first place, entry number 170, WCC RRF Troubadour 130H, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas. In second place, entry number 169, ALL-FCF Hot Topic 99H, exhibited by Adcock Land and Livestock and Four Corners Farms of Maconaquah, Illinois. Your Class 21 percentage Simmental Bull results. In first place, entry number 172, SBC Northgate 795H, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Bramlett Simmentals of Rockwall, Texas.
Over on the Sim Solution side, and again, a really nice division of bulls. And, you know, this bull show is very important. So many times we get so caught up in the fluff and the hair of the female show, but these are some good bulls, and this is where you turn your programs around, decide each spring and fall what sire you're going to use. And I guess Barry and I both think that all three of these bulls have a lot to offer to the industry and to your breed, but the bull on this other end, and Barry talked that class, just really kind of a loose-made kind of a calf, one that's tremendously thick, ended from behind, and as we've seen a few out here today, got a little shoulder on him, but here's one that's big in terms of his rib shape and his boldness, and really nice in terms of his muscle and thickness. The bull behind him probably is the most attractive bull out here, and not only that, he gives you a lot of good things. Really love his body, his depth, his true spring that he has to his rib, and he's nice and tidy through his shoulder. Just really an exceptional kind of calf. And then the bull that was second behind the first place bull, Barry talked that class, and again, a very eye-appealing, striking kind of a bull. Maybe a little tighter about a few things, maybe a little tighter in terms of his heart back through his flank, but again, think three really, really good bulls that have a world of future. We're going to go ahead and use this young man for champion. We'll follow with the bull that was first in that first class. Congratulations.
Well, really a good way here to start our ChiAngus show and our heifers. Really an exciting way here. I think a heifer that leads off for us, and I think this is an automatic division. Super maternal in her overall design and functional and correct. I think that one's really complete and sound in her structural base. Tremendous depth of body, and then still when we get her on the stand, still balances up with plenty of look and appeal as well. Really a nice heifer here in second, I think, in terms of that overall length up through that front end. She's long and straight in her line. She's long from hooks to her pins. She's got some bone. Just like to see that one just blend everything together just a little smoother, maybe just deepen her down in the center portion of her body as compared to our class winner to get over her today.
This is your first call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. First call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls to the makeup arena. Your Division 5 champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 172, SBC Northgate 795H. Owned by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Bramlett Simmentals of Rockwell, Texas. Your reserve champion Division 5 percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 170, WCC RRF Troubadour 130H, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas.
A nice pair of February heifer calves in a division here as well. And between these two, I think they're both very similar in terms of type and kind and overall balance that they have. Their patterns are very, very similar. But when we compare them back and forth, I think there's just more of the heifer that starts off the class. I think a heifer that when we look at these on the move and evaluate them, she's just a little bit softer there on her pasterns and handles that hind leg with just a little more authority when she gets out and goes. Like I said, the heifer here in second, I think, is similar in terms of her pattern and that length and that depth of body that our class winner has. I'd just like to free her up in terms of movement at the ground as compared to our class winner. Nice pair of February heifers. Congratulations on that division.
Well, over on your Sim Solutions side, and my congratulations to all these exhibitors. And what a tremendous set of bulls out here, and you know, they're not all alike, and I think that's a term that is used a lot that really doesn't make much sense to me because it's hard to find them. There's so much quality and depth in today's show ring that it's hard to find them totally alike, and I think you have to set your priorities and what's important to you, and as an evaluator, whether it's Barry and I or you enthusiast who probably is more importantly evaluating them, it's wherever you set your priorities and what looks good and what needs to happen at your environment and in your place. But not to go back through and talk about all these bulls, but there's a lot of competitors out here and a lot of good bulls, and certainly they bring you, the breeders, a nice array of different things and different qualities, and these cattle, I think you'd have to agree, have some muscle to them, some thickness, and I think that's certainly important. Cattle that are sound and true and can get out and move, I think that's extremely important, and still yet have some look and eye appeal that you'd want to breed your cows to. So with that said, I think there's one out here that hits us pretty hard, and we'll search around and find you a reserve. But my congratulations to all you exhibitors. Show these bull exhibitors a nice hand, and we'll go pick you a champion.
First call, Class 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 ChiAngus females. Once again, first call, classes 13 through 17, ChiAngus females to the Bank Up Arena.
Single entry December heifer calf here on our ChiAngus side, and I think one that can certainly stand some competition in terms of her design and good in the way she lays in through that shoulder and up through her front end. Comes back, she's really deep-sided, and just gives you an outstanding profile as we get off here to the side of her. Now, when we set her in motion, she doesn't quite reach off that front end quite like I'd like. She maybe wants to toe out just a little bit, but that's getting awful picky of a really good one here. Young man said this one was born on Christmas, and I bet that he was excited when this one hit the ground. I mean, just in terms of quality, that one's got a good look. Congratulations to him.
Your grand champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 172, SBC Northgate 795H, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Bramlett Simmentals of Rockwall, Texas. Your reserve grand champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 166, Maverick, exhibited by Bloomberg Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Porter Cattle of Greencastle, Indiana. Second call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. Once again, second call, classes 22 through 25 purebred Simmental bulls. And we'd like to congratulate your 2022 Percentage Simmental Show Premier Breeder goes to Tim Schaefer Show Cattle, and your Premier Exhibitor to Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock. Congratulations. It is now time to announce the 2022 American Simmental Association Herdsman of the Year Award. Mr. Justin Adcock from Mechanical, Illinois is a graduate of Lakeland College and the University of Illinois, where he received his bachelor's degree in animal science and master's in ruminant nutrition. The son of Bobby and Sherry Adcock and a past Illinois Junior Simmental Association board member, he was on the competitive livestock judging teams both at schools and coached the Illinois State 4-H team to 2 national championships. Justin, alongside with his wife and family, own Adcock Land and Livestock, a beef seed stock operation in central Illinois where they sell Simmental and Angus cattle throughout the USA. In 2004, Justin exhibited the Grand Champion Simmental female here at the North American. In 2013, his program was named Premier Exhibitor at the North American. In 2018, he was named Herdsman of the Year at the Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes. And in 2019, his family operation was named Illinois Seedstock Breeder of the Year. Justin has judged shows on every level in 19 states in Canada, including 2 times here at the North American. Today, Justin is an FSR for Channel Seeds. Let's congratulate the 2022 American Simmental Association Herdsman of the Year, Mr. Justin Adcock. And Justin, if you would please step forward, we would like to get your photo at the backdrop. Congratulations once again.
Well, another outstanding pair of heifers here, and going along with how we've discussed things all day, I think one in terms of structure and soundness and looseness of build, this young lady's heifer goes ahead and wins the class and does so fairly easily. I think this one in terms of length and femininity up through her front end, and then the way she carries back in that forerib and that depth of body all the way back to her flank, just one that I think is really elegant and feminine in her overall makeup. And then, like I said, once again, when we set her in motion, I think she just travels that much better out of her front end. And the heifer here in second is awfully good as well. I think one that just in terms of her overall pattern, you really like. She's really neat up through that front end. She's good in terms of her lines, really good through that hip and hind leg. Just when we compare her back to our class winner, maybe not quite as deep in the center portion of her body, maybe doesn't get out of that front end with quite as much reach and flexibility, but I think that's a really high quality pair of heifers that go well together as well.
Results of your ChiAngus female show. Your Class 8 winner and champion late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 9, BMW Ace 2 100K, owned by Luke Jennings. Your reserve late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 6, SC Chloe, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Your Class 9 results and your champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 11, CHBB Kate, owned by Macy Banter. Your reserve champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 10, RSRS Tallahassee, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson. Your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 13, BRKR Rue 1J, exhibited by Reed Barker. Your Class 11 results. In first place, entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland 114J, exhibited by Kennedy and Brooks Evans. In second place, entry number 16, HF Diamond Queen 848J, exhibited by Emma Graft. Third and final call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25, purebred Simmental bulls. Once again, third and final call, Class 22 through 25, purebred Simmental bulls.
Well, really a nice trio of senior heifer calves out here as we get both our class winners in our second place. And I think each and every one of these has a tremendous amount of quality and a bright future ahead as senior yearlings. And each of you exhibitors should be proud of that. As we go forward, I think as we talked in class, I think there's one that certainly separates herself just in terms of structure and build. It'll be the young lady out of our second class. She'll be our division champion. Congratulations. It gets a little closer for reserve, and I think that these heifers that are our second place and our first class winner, it gets a little closer because, like I said in class, I don't know that either one of them move perfect out of their front end, but then when we get back here and study them from a profile, I think our December heifer calves maybe just a little softer through the center portion of her body, maybe transitions back through that flank just a little bit better. She's going to be our reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Second call, class 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 ChiAngus females. Second call, class 13 through 17 ChiAngus females.
Really a nice pair of May heifers here in an automatic intermediate division, and really I think an easy place to start. I think one that in terms of a lot of the things we've been talking about all day, maternal and her makeup and design, and super sound and smooth and still have that show ring appearance. I think this one checks an awful lot of boxes. Really nice complete heifer there to start the class. The heifer here in second gets in a tough class. I think one that's good in her lines and good in terms of her balance. Just like to maybe neaten that one up there in her underline. Maybe like her straight walk with a little more strength and stability off of that front end to compete with that other heifer today.
Your champion senior heifer calf and your ChiAngus female show goes to entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland, 114J, exhibited by Kennedy and Brooks Evans. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 13, BRKR Rue, 1J, owned by Reed Barker. Your Class 12 results in first place and also your champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 19, DAJS Diana, 124, exhibited by Baron Strope. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 18, FLM Miss Jade, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Third and final call, class 14, 15, 16, and 17 ChiAngus females. Third and final call, class 14 through 17 ChiAngus females. First call, class 26, 27, 28, and 29. Purebred Simmental bulls. Once again, first call, class 26, 27, 28, and 29. Purebred Simmental bulls.
One other outstanding class, and as we get through these big heifers, I mean the competition is certainly starting to heat up, and in these ChiAngus, and there's some give and take, and I think though as like I said earlier, as we keep with the theme of what we've been doing all day and in structural correctness, I think that this heifer that starts off the class has an advantage. When we get her set in motion, she's looser in her build, she's a little bit longer strided off that front end, and she relaxes her top so much easier when she gets out and goes and relaxes there in the center portion of her back. Still maintains that look and that balance as she goes. Heifer, then when we get her parked, she's got that balance and show ring look as well. Heifer here coming in second. I think she is a little bit neater up through her chin and a little more attractive there, just the way she is up through her front end. A heifer that you like the overall balance and eye appeal that she has as well. Tremendous high quality there. When we set her into motion, she just wants to tuck up in that forerib and pick up in her spine just a little bit right behind her shoulders. Maybe not leading out of that front end quite as well as I'd like to see her go today to get over that other one. That young lady's heifer here gets in a tough class. I think one that you appreciate the broodiness and performance and depth of body that she has. She's got a big sound hind leg. Just like to neaten that one up in terms of her overall eye appeal to get her over those other two today. Congratulations. Nice pair of heifers to start that class.
Well, here as we start your purebred bull show on your Simmental side, really nice class of bulls. And Donnie and I, we're going to go ahead and start off with the calf that comes out here and gives you the nicest look when you get off and view him from the side. Like how that neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder, that does that very, very nicely. He's a bull for as good as he looks. He's got some width and dimension to him when you get behind him. I like the way those pins sit out there wide and square. And when we put him into motion, you know, he's very, very flexible, but I'd maybe like to see that bull collect himself just a little bit as he goes. But I think he's the most flexible bull that we have in this particular lineup. It got really close to us between 2 and 3. We chose to use this bull here in second. From the shoulders back, he's a pretty well-balanced bull, pretty fault-free bull from there back. He's really wide-pinned. He's big down his top. Where we change this bull ever so slightly is from his shoulders forward. We'd like to clean his chest up, clean him up a little bit right there in his throat, but a very nice, well-balanced bull. If you like him stout and powerful, you'll like this bull that's in third. From his shoulders back, we love this one's body. We love the shape he has, the muscle dimension he has down his top. You know, he's a bull that's really big in terms of his bone. He gets just a little rounder about his joints for us out here today. And when we put him in the motion, he gets just a little more restricted than the two bulls in front of him do here today. Then we conclude with a bull that's really good weight per day of age, really high-performing bull. Not quite as eye-appealing when you get back and view him from the side as the three bulls ahead of him are here today.
A pair of marches, and certainly high quality as well. And as we bring our class winner out here, like I said earlier, I think another one that checks an awful lot of the boxes. I think just in terms of what we like, in terms of structural correctness, and then that eye appeal and overall smoothness, and still have that attractiveness up to that front end. I think she stands out here, and certainly, especially when we get her on a side view profile like this, just takes a whale of a picture. And I think that one, just in terms of that smoothness and that correctness, and still having that eye appeal, really, really a good one there to start out with. Young man here brings another really nice one, and he's had a couple nice ones today, and I think he's had some good stout ones and ones that have some show ring look and appeal, and this heifer is good in terms of her overall body and dimension, and when we get her stopped, she's got a good eye appeal. She's really long-hipped and big bone. Like to maybe free her up the way she gets off that front end here today. Gets in a really difficult class with that other heifer, I think, but congratulations to both those exhibitors. Nice pair of heifers there.
Second call, class 26, 27, 28, and 29 purebred Simmental bulls. Second call, classes 26 through 29 purebred Simmental bulls. Results of Class 13 in your ChiAngus female show: in first place, entry number 23, and also your champion late spring yearling heifer goes to BMW Ace 2 409J, owned by Callie Baldwin. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 22, Hig Tabitha 123J, owned by Marcy Harward. In third place, entry number 20, Macy Clark Ledford. Your Class 14 results and also your champion early spring yearling heifer goes to entry number 24, BMW Ace 2 325J, owned by Samantha Van Voorhees. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 25, BMW HR Wynod 143J, exhibited by Luke Jennings.
Nice class of, beat you there, Foster. Nice class of bulls over here on this side, and really, I think Barry and I would agree that the bull that wins the class doesn't blow you away with volume and body and mass, but I think he's the most complete, the most balanced, just the most good in him as the trio of the two bulls that are left. But like him through his front end, he's blended in that region quite nicely. He's, where he has a little advantage is out through his hip in terms of his hooks to pins. We just like to see maybe just a little bit more bull in him, but again, I think a logical place to start just in terms of fault freeness. The bull that's coming to you in second, we like his body shape and his kind. We like him out through his hip.
a bull that's adequate in terms of his shoulder, where we fault him compared to the class winners in movement. He doesn't handle himself off of his hind two quite nicely enough for us to place any higher today comparisons with the class winner, but a good big stout bull that has a tremendous amount of muscle. Good bull in third. Again, we'd just like to see more body, more volume, more depth, and true spring to his rib. We'd probably also be a little critical of him from his hooks to pins and out through his hip and back through his hind leg. Nonetheless, a good bull, trio of nice bulls. Congratulations.
February single entry over here on our ChiAngus side, and one that certainly can stand some competition here. And as we get her out here, I think one that in terms of design and eye appeal, it really has a lot of good things. She's good up through that front end. She's smooth in her shoulder. She's got a big rib cage and lots of dimension there. Really good out through that hip and sets down on a good hind leg. If I'm going to get a little critical of her when she gets out and goes and gets going a little faster, she wants to just tuck that lower 1/3 and maybe come up in the center portion of her back. I'd like to settle that down a little bit more today, but I think one that certainly can stand some competition, and we'll get her back out here at the end and to have some more to compare to.
Third and final call in Class 26, 27, 28, and 29 purebred Simmental bulls. Third and final call in Class 26 through 29 purebred Simmental bulls.
As we bring these bulls back out here for division, again, a nice set of bulls, and the four bulls that certainly have a tremendous amount of future, we think, and some differences in their kind. But probably the bull that hits you the best in terms of eye appeal is the bull that wins that first class. Again, we talked to him in terms of his body shape and his design. We certainly like that about him. He's very tidy and true about his front. He's very sound and maybe the most mobile one within this lineup. Really a nice calf. The bull that comes in second, again, gives you a nice look from the side view profile. We talked to him in class. We just like to see just a little bit more body and volume and rib shape to him. And again, maybe give him just a little more overall punch, but a nice kind of a calf. The third bull that wins the last class is this reserve back here in the second to the class winner on the other end. Really a nice calf. Again, you like his body shape and his design. You like him up through his shoulder. He carries a little bit more brisket maybe than the bull that beat him, and that's one thing that made this bull go second. But again, a good calf. And then we ended up with a good calf in terms of his volume that stood second. We liked his hip in terms of his muscle and his thickness, just like to free him up on both ends of his skeleton. So four really nice bulls vying for reserve, champion in reserve. We're going to use the bull that wins the first class to be your champion. Congratulations.
Well, here in our January class, another nice pair of heifers, and I think as we get them out here, there's a pretty logical lineup as we go between the two. And the heifer that starts off the class, just a little more length and extension. She's a little fresher up through that front end, and I think that allows her to get out with just a little bit more reach and authority off of both ends. Sets down at the ground just a little bit more. And like I said, there's even with probably being a little leaner in her condition, she still has just as much mass and volume as the heifer in second. Heifer in second's really smooth, really deep-sided. You like that about her, the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib. You like to see that. Just a heifer, though, I think when we get her in motion, like I said, that little extra condition that she has maybe up in front of her shoulder doesn't allow her to reach out with as much flexibility off that front end to get over that other heifer today.
Results of Class 22 in your purebred Simmental Bowl show in first place entry number 183, Mr. CCF Saddle Up, exhibited by CNC Farms of Jefferson, Georgia. In second place, entry number 186, DSLR STCC Judgment 95K, exhibited by Treneful Farms and Cook Simmentals of Middletown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 184, Circle T Farm. In fourth place, entry number 223, Payson Collins. Your Class 23 results. In first place, entry number 188, Horseman Malone 233K, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company of West Lafayette, Indiana. In second place, entry number 191, VEHS Slim Shady, exhibited by Drew Verslage. In third place, entry number 190, Lane Reiser. Your Division I champion goes to entry number 183, Mr. CCF Saddle Up, exhibited by CNC Farms of Jefferson, Georgia. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 186, DSLR STCC Judgment 95K, exhibited by Trenepole Farms and Cook Simmentals of Middletown, Indiana.
In our January, February division, once again, a really nice trio of heifers as we get our class winners and our second back out here. And as we evaluate these, I think, you know, in terms of overall show ring appeal and balance and look and putting the most things together, I think there's a pretty clear-cut division winner in this division. That'll be our February, out of our February class. She's our division winner. Our other class winner will be reserved. Congratulations.
Results of Class 15 of your ChiAngus females. In first place, entry number 26, Hig Allure 107J, exhibited by Rob Oakley. Class 16 results. In first place, entry number 29, Sexy Quijones RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson. In second place, entry number 27, WVW Miss J. Vanka, exhibited by Kendall Harper. Your champion junior yearling female goes to entry number 26, Hig Allure 107J, exhibited by Rob Oakley. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 29, Sexy Quijones RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson.
Nice class of bulls over here in the purebred side, and again, I think a bull that wins the class that has a lot of quality. Again, and when you talk about body and depth and rib shape, I certainly like that about him. He's a bull that's certainly thick-ended enough. Maybe like to change him just a little bit up through his shoulder to make him ideal. But again, I think a bull that gets out and moves adequately for us today, and I think just a nice place to start. Really like the bull that comes at you next in terms of his body shape and his design. He may have a little bit more true muscle than the bull that wins the class. Along with that, I think he's got a little boldness about his shoulder only in comparisons. But again, I think one that moves out relatively free and easy. The bull that comes in third, a little different kind and design, if you will. He does have a nice shoulder attachment to him. We'd like to just see him with some more body, some more middle, some more shape to him, give him more forerib and more flank to make him more competitive today. end up with another bull that, again, a lot of quality here, maybe a little shorter in terms of body length, but a bull that's got some body and some substance and some mass, maybe just a little flatter down through his stifle comparative to the ones that are above him, but a nice class.
Really a nice pair of senior yearlings here, and I think you know, tremendous in terms of quality with both of these heifers out here. And then the one that we chose to start with, hate to sound like a broken record, but as we talk structure and repeatedly talk structure all day, I think this one just gets out of her front end a little bit better. She's a little leaner up there through that front end. She's got a little more reach and flexibility as she gets out and goes, and maybe doesn't want to swing those front legs near as much as maybe our heifer in second. One, that you appreciate the overall body and mass and the udder development that she has. I think she just carries a little deeper back through that flank, and that might be due to that udder development that she has in comparison to our second heifer here. Second heifer here, I think in terms of smoothness and quality, she's sure good as well. I think one that you like the depth of body, you like the strength in her top and the way she is from her hooks to her pins. Like I said, maybe just a little further along in terms of condition. Doesn't get out and travel quite as well off that front end when you get over and watch her kind of come at you. A nice pair of senior yearlings there as well.
Well, here in your Simmental show, two good bulls, a really, really good bull to start off this class, and he's not acting the best out here, but read between the lines on that one. I think there's a lot of quality there. I think that bull's very good in his shoulder, very attractive up through his front 1/3. He's really long in terms of his spine. You know, he seems flexible and really loose-made as he goes about. Hopefully the next time he comes in here, he settles down a little bit, but I think that's a really, really high-quality individual. The bull that comes second to him is a bull that's really long-bodied. We'd like to make him a little softer right there in his pasterns, just loosen him up a little bit to help him get around the ring a little better. But that's a bull that's got a big top, a big hip, a really big stifle on him, so you really have to appreciate that. Two good bulls with a really, really good one to start off with.
Each year since 1978, the exhibitors at the ACA National Show select a Herdsman of the Year. Voted on by their peers, this award is presented to a person who exemplifies integrity, hard work, and is a true believer in the Chianina breed. In 2010, the award was renamed the Keith Dusenberry Herdsman of the Year Award in memory of a well-respected, longtime herdsman for Rock and J Ranch in Nebraska who left the world far too soon and was the first recipient of the award back in 1978. This year, the 2022 ACA Herdsman of the Year Award goes to Jake Ruffing of HR Cattle. Jake got his start in the Chianina breed more than 15 years ago with the purchase of genetics from Weingartner and Klingemann show cattle. Today, Jake and his family operate HR Cattle Company in Ohio. Their operations focus is to raise quality Kia and Maine show heifers with a strong maternal focus. They host one online sale on Breeders' World each fall. Jake works for the Performance Livestock Analytics as a customer success specialist. Jake and his wife, Megan, along with their 18-month-old son, Aiden, reside in Bellevue, Ohio. Please help us congratulate Jake Ruffing, the 2022 ACA Herdsman of the Year. Jake, if you would like to please come to the backdrop for a photo, we would appreciate it.
Yet another nice division over here in the purebred side of the bull show, and two really high-quality bulls. And again, the bull that come out of the first class, we talked to him in terms of his body shape and his kind, in terms of his muscle and his thickness. again, we commented about him being maybe a little bolder shoulder than he needs to be, only in comparisons with the bull that was second. But again, I think it's tidy, and he gets around the ring relatively free and easy, and really kind of a good bull with a tremendous future ahead of him. The bull that came out of the last class, and Barry commented on him, and really a nice calf. And here's one when he gets him parked, and he hadn't had a good trip here, and he was a little rambunctious, I guess, out there for class, but he settled down quite a little bit. This is a nice calf, and one that you sure appreciate him for the shoulder and the head and neck that he has on him. He's good in terms of his body. He's big-boned. He's big-footed, and one that's awfully nice. And if you'll go ahead and lead him on out here, he'll be your champion, followed by the young lady with reserve. Congratulations.
Your Class 24 Purebred Simmental Bull results: in first place, entry number 196, Dream Big, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of New Lebanon, Ohio. In second place, entry number 195, Swain Goldfinger 205K, exhibited by Swain Select Simmentals of Louisville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 194, Riley Farms. In fourth place, entry number 193, Cole Wilcox. Your Class 25 results: in first place, entry number 197, TJSE Coping with Destiny 9K, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. In second place, entry number 225, Blaze, exhibited by Bryce Mulder of Dorr, Michigan. Your Division II Purebred Simmental Bull goes to entry number 197, TJSE Coping with Destiny 9K, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. Your Reserve Champion goes to entry number 196, Dream Big, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of New Lebanon, Ohio.
Gentleman brought a single entry September bull out here for us in the Simmental show. Really, bull is really long-sided individual. You have to appreciate him about that. He's really attractive up through that front 1/3. He's a bull that's really stout and square down his top and out through his hip. You know, ideally, comparing him to a few of the bulls we've used earlier today, maybe like to see just a little bolder rib cage as you view him coming out of the backside of his shoulder. But that's a very high-quality bull that gets out and goes very nice.
Over here on the ChiAngus side, as we get ready to wrap up the day, I know Andrew's talked most of the classes, and those of you that know us probably thought that was a pretty good idea, and I'm okay with that. He gets it spelled out to you pretty good. But we're really excited to have been here on the 50th year in Louisville of the Chianina Association, and it's been an awfully good set of cattle. Hopefully, if we were to have ChiAngus or Chianinas at home, they would look like the cattle that you guys have brought to us today. I mean, it's been just a tremendous set of cattle. They're sound, and I guess you guys know we put a lot of emphasis on soundness. You watched us watch them walk. We wanted some femininity. We still wanted body, and we still wanted some power and stuff down through their lower quarter and have some deep center body. Was really cool being able to judge on the opposite side of our good friends Donnie and Barry over there in the Simmental show. Kind of made it exciting to be here with them and stuff. So with that being said, let's congratulate the exhibitors out here. Congratulate the association. We've got family at home that are messing around in the snow, so we're probably going to wrap this up and head home because they've been taking care of it while we've been down here. Thanks to the association. Dustin, we've enjoyed it. Everybody that's helped us, it's been really good. We'll go out here and show you the two that we like best. This was a great show that we were honored to be able to do today. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for Scott and Andrew Foster of Niles, Michigan, today's Chianina judges. Thank you again. And your grand champion ChiAngus female goes to entry number 24, BMW Ace 2 325J, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. And your reserve grand champion ChiAngus female goes to entry number 19, DAJS Diana 124, exhibited by Baron Strove. Congratulations, Chianina exhibitors, on another terrific show here at the 2022 North American.